book that Arnold used to get elected as governor. And then, of course, now so many other politicians have modeled insurrection campaigns off of Jesse Ventura. He, of course, was an insurrectionist mayor, and then, of course, a governor. He also was a top entertainment wrestler and movie star and best-selling author. And he joins us here. He's also a friend of mine. I was part of 2 seasons of his investigative report, Conspiracy Theory.
Okay, I'm going to pause this for a second.
And now we have Newt Gingrich coming out saying Donald Trump isn't part of elite secret societies with a straight face. That's
I would actually vote. I would rather vote for Jesse than Bernie.
They're friends.
Just say
play golf, eat dinner, hang out.
Because I feel like Jesse's a good mix of like if Bernie and Donald had a baby.
It's exactly what you said.
It would be Jesse Ventura,
literally, because
he's about the people, but he also says what is on his mind. Like he doesn't care. Like he'll say how it is. So if he were to run,
throw his hat in the ring and run,
that would be looking really good. Actually, I think he would garner a lot of votes because I feel like he has what Bernie lacks when it comes to aggressiveness. But still being a people person, because people love Jesse. He's huge on the internet, so I feel like if he were to run, it would be really good.
Would be Jesse Ventura.
It'd be smart too, because he's watching. Because Bernie is a huge with the millennials, as is Jesse. So watching how Bernie structured his campaign, he can learn from it and learn from the mistakes from it, and just use that data to push his agenda, push his campaign forward.
Ventura was on for a long time on
not having to go through all the mistakes that Bernie did when it comes to not speaking up and just speaking about the same thing over and over again.
Packages, like 8 or 9 of them against Trump, everyone ganging up, misrepresenting what he said.
He got his demographic from a lot of the internet news stations that endorse him, like Young Turks and Jesse Ventura himself, because Jesse's been talking about Bernie forever.
It's like hearing Jesse.
He's always been a Bernie
because this is everything Jesse has been basically harping on for decades. I'm
going to go ahead and pause the video.
I was just waiting for the right time to come.
What else is he saying?
So no army can stop an idea whose time has come, to quote Victor Hugo. Jesse, so much happening. I got a lot of questions, a lot of comments. I want to play some of the debate clips. I want to play a clip of this campaign ad. Kasich, the warmonger, who acts like he's a sweet little old man, is running where, how dare Trump not want to have war? He's a tyrant. So he says, make America a tyranny again. Well, I thought they're turning us into a tyranny. So that's coming up as well. Good to talk to you.
Who's Alex Jones endorsing, Wes? Or he hasn't endorsed Trump?
I went on CNN last night. I know the debates, I think, were on Fox or whatever. So probably not a lot of people heard what I had to say. But I brought up to them something that is really troubling to me. First of all, let me state this. With all the current candidates that you have out there and that have been out there within the last 4 to 5 months, I know a lot of them have dropped out. I have one thing that none of them candidates have.
That's what I'm saying. If Jesse runs,
I have one thing that none of these.
And he said it before too.
You know what that is, Alex?
Yeah. He said if he were to run, it would be later in the game. Because he was like, he doesn't understand why. Because
the 11th,
the candidates have been campaigning since early last year, and he would say he doesn't understand why people are campaigning already when the election is not until next year.
What I brought up last
he said if he were to run, he wouldn't run until like later in the game, like a couple months before.
And that is that then maybe I'll let these people off the hook because none of them were in the military, so maybe they're ignorant and they don't know about what I'm going to talk about. Maybe that's it. I'm not sure. But I brought up the fact that every Republican candidate right now has stated that they would commit a war crime. That if the situation arose, they would okay torture.
They try to one-up each other on what they do.
Well, and the point is, that is a war crime, Alex. If I did that as a member of the military and I took an oath, I would not receive an honorable discharge committing a war crime.
I agree.
How can the alleged leader of the military openly admit that he or she would commit war crimes? Are you kidding me? And nobody in the media jumps on that.
Well, it's probably
now that I think about it,
because you're friends with.
I guess it's bad to have David do
a lot of stuff
or whatever.
When it comes to
your control,
the military and the economy.
State Trump
no, not the economy, because
that they would commit.
I think military-wise, him and Trump are very similar because he wants to get the people out.
The U.S. military.
Yeah.
And I'm astounded the media doesn't even bring that up, doesn't question them to the.
This picture from today event in Miami.
Okay.
With Bernie.
Awesome. So it looks like he has a decent crowd. Doesn't look too much like a big crowd.
I don't know why they choosing like the closet location, like not the open space, but.
Oh, I think she mentioned it at the meeting. She says because he has Secret Service now, it's mandatory that he's in an enclosed area. He can't be outside anymore to speak if he's going to speak.
Wow.
I was literally like, mind you, she wasn't even having this conversation with me. Like she was having it with like her other campaign person, and I was just like eavesdropping. I was just like, okay, let me see if I can get an exclusive on DINtv on there. But yeah, he's speaking tonight, so hopefully there's a live stream of his speech tonight in Miami. I feel like he'll cover more of the Latino subjects and minorities and same old, get the corporations out of the thing, blah, blah, blah. Or maybe he might change it up. Who knows? So hopefully they have a stream going on during that. But yeah, I don't remember where we left off on the video we were watching. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can find it and then post it here. Yeah, let me see. While we wait for that and I look for that video, let's tune in and see what Fox is saying.
Given her dreadful numbers on that front. So I think that there are lots of red flags in the data in both of these polls about Donald Trump's suitability to win a general election.
But Lena, he may have a high disapproval, but it appears from the numbers he wins almost everything. He's got a real high approval where it counts, and that's in the polling booth. I mean, he's getting these, these big numbers. So that's an approval rating to me.
Oh, but you have to look at the trajectory, and I think Guy hit the nail on the head. I mean, you've got these other candidates ticking up in the polls somewhat dramatically. Kasich up 11%. Both Cruz and Rubio are up a few points, and Trump has edged down. And the thing is, when you do head-to-head matchups, that Wall Street Journal poll that just came out showed head-to-head matchups between Donald Trump and each of the others in the race. Each of the others would win, whether it's Trump, whether it's Cruz or Rubio or Kasich. So he's sort of reached a situation where I think he's really topped out. I mean, he's topped out at a little over a third of the Republican Party.
We really want to listen to Kasich.
Leaning voters.
We tried for 5 minutes and almost died.
There's a big contingent that don't like him, and the big problem for the big contingent that don't like Donald Trump is all the guys that are still in the race, and that's what's going to be, that's what's is the thing that really helps Donald Trump the most.
When you talk about the surge of John Kasich that he's moving up, which is why I wanted to do this town hall tomorrow night, because he's been sort of shuffled aside by everybody. Tomorrow night, our town hall, and I'm hoping that we all get a good look at him and maybe see whether people like him or don't like him. But he needs more media attention. Anyway, Guy, Nina, thank you both.
Then thank you. Let me put on a video then, because the point is for those to be watching it, Wes. Don't pause it. How are we going to watch it? All right, hold on. I'm resetting the video right now, okay? He's like, that doesn't interest me.
Fighting terrorists, you're fighting people that are not.
Did it start off already for you when I uploaded it?
We should always hold ourselves.
Or did it start from the beginning? Yeah.
Well, that's what George Washington said. The British did a lot of atrocities. One reason the public turned against him. Washington hung members of the colonial military if they got caught engaging in any war crimes.
Did it start all over?
Absolutely.
No. Okay,
you
perfect.
have to hold yourself to a higher standard to be on the side of right. And let me put it to you this way. All of these candidates, they can get away with it. They're not going to be put in danger. When they tell you that they're going to support torture, that puts our military in danger.
Remember when Bush let people get prosecuted who followed orders of torture, and then he didn't get in trouble?
Absolutely, but it gets our men and women are then in danger, because if they're captured or anything happens to them, well, if we torture, what right do we have to complain if our young men and women in service get caught tortured?
There's a reason society developed chivalry. It's because you don't want stuff happening to your wives and children, and you know.
And there's something else too. There's something called honor, and when you take the oath to serve in the United States military, you take an oath of honor. And torture and war crimes are not honored.
Powerful. Stay there. Stay there. Jesse Ventura is our guest. Biggs is walking down towards the studio right now to just tell his story briefly. I want to shift gears in the next segment out of torture and war. But since Jesse Ventura raises all this, he's really got a good point. It's almost like we've gotten broke back about this. I made a big deal about this under Bush, and it was all
his voice matches his like face.
Now it's like, I'll torture everybody. I'll kill more people. I'm John Wayne. And the weird part about it is, it's like Hillary bragging, I saw Gaddafi died.
Wow. Right?
About killing people, or Obama saying I'm good at killing people.
Shit.
It's really weird.
This guy's like Kevin on like Republican steroids. Kevin just like let loose and just say whatever was on his mind.
Family members from special operations, you name it. One of them was in 35 years. And I mean, on the ground stuff. And, he became obviously an officer and got pretty high level, but they'll never tell you any of the stories. And boy, every once in a while, they're horrible and they don't like talking about them. But it's these wimpy people that really enjoy the idea.
Would you tune into a format of DINtv like this?
History, when you get an elite like that, like Roman, it's declined.
Like if it was just talking.
Combat, but we're into cruelty and evil.
Probably not.
It's crazy. And then after the break, I have a clip where they say that, Trump's for tyranny because he doesn't want war, and Kasich and all them will bloody the Russians' nose. We need Russian body bags, blow up their airplanes. And the Russians are literally doing nothing to anybody. Jesse, you were just over in Russia at a big press dinner a few months ago. Your interview here on that went viral. I want to bring Joe Biggs in since he's here. Joe, just briefly tell Governor Ventura, it's a short segment. I don't even know if you were listening earlier, just your experience bringing people for torture.
Yeah, we would go out on missions in Afghanistan, and we'd have these OGA guys with this other government agency.
Hey, Russian girl, what's up?
And
come say hi. How do you say hi in Russian?
Site exploitations.
Privyat.
Where there were IED bomb-making facilities. And essentially, we'd take these guys back, and these OGA guys would come in and interrogate them, and we'd sit outside the little compound out in the Coast Province, and we would sit there, and you could hear the screams and yells, and it was pretty intense. And that stuff happened a lot. Some people came out, some people didn't. And
that seal in the back is hilarious.
Opium fields, and sometimes we'd be told to take them out. It was opinion whether or not these farmers would play ball.
Yeah, with this freaking
now you
leaves coming out.
Plan to blow somebody up. We got to torture to find out who they're going to kill next. That's the Machiavellian idea. But then our own government's growing the opium and then funding ISIS, and now it's worse than ever.
Well, they were more concerned with protecting those opium fields.
Hell yeah. Hello, how are they going to make the drugs that they secretly smuggle over here and blame it on the Mexicans?
These people that were operating, these guys would get captured and then essentially released not that long after. It's the ones who weren't going to play ball with the opium fields. Those are the ones who would get it the most because that's where the most money was made.
There's a short segment with Ventura to pop in, but you be able to come back briefly, Governor?
Well, the more I hear about these wars, both Afghanistan and Iraq and all that, I'll just say this. I had a young man who I kind of tutored. He went into the Navy SEALs. He went to Iraq. He came back. He actually brought me something that I have here in my house from Iraq. I better not say what, or who knows what had happened. But anyway, I asked him a simple question, too. I said, when you're over there, do you know who the enemy is? And he said, absolutely not. I said, then it's identical to Vietnam. That's all I needed to hear.
Thank you.
And, what I'm watching in these wars, when people tell me to ask me if a war is justified, it's a real simple answer to me. A war is justified if you're willing to send your son. If you're not willing to send your son, how do you send someone else's? And I would not send my son over there for these wars because they're total BS. They're just like Smedley Butler wrote in his book, War is a Racket. This is a classic example of it. And then hearing this from the veteran himself who's over there, seeing and hearing that we are torturing people.
I even can be naked.
How do we then look at them
nobody see my
condemn
face?
them if we're doing the same thing?
Exactly. How is North Korea bad for torturing, but then we're not?
Exactly. I mean, if we don't hold ourselves to a standard and have some type of honor, then what is it all really about?
It's amazing. And Joe, you told me a lot of these stories. A lot of them got written about. You were saying this was pretty much routine. You were over there a couple of years in Afghanistan and then Iraq, or back and forth. I mean, how many times would you say you took people, scooped them up to take them to be, quote, interrogated?
I mean, in Afghanistan alone, probably, I don't know, about a dozen times or more. Somewhere in there. Iraq, not as much. Iraq, I was mostly just, like he said, like Governor Ventura said, you couldn't tell who the enemy was. In Iraq, you just drove around waiting to be blown up. And then, you're looking around and there's kids and there's a bazaar and there's families running around. You have no idea who it is shooting at you or pushing the trigger to blow you up.
Can't go on
it was intense. It was insane.
No, it's fine.
You don't care?
You catch your microphone, Steven.
Okay. There's just one thing, you got somebody, you're going to fight them, but I couldn't imagine just constantly not knowing where it is, and it's just crazy. Thank you.
It's mostly for people from Periscope and from blog. Oh, no.
Okay. Exactly, Governor. Stay there. We're going to break. Absolutely. We're going to come right back. Long segment.
Hello.
All right, so
Jesse Ventura is our guest.
Fun fact.
Left, right, the debate. Your phone calls here.
One of our users, Krill, actually got to meet Jesse Ventura. So Jesse Ventura is actually thinking about running.
I've forgotten to get Biggs to tell the story
as a liberal.
About his captain. He was a
stormtrooper.
Yes.
Yes.
Now,
so stormtrooper, how was it like meeting?
Here, was talking about the stuff, the phone call he got.
Who is it?
So Joe Biggs,
Jesse Ventura, the wrestler.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, so when I was in the 87 Air Force, I can't remember his name right now, especially after that conversation I got.
I took my blaster.
Kind of blocked the guy out of my memory. I started working here.
Can you hear him, Wes?
When I get a call, I'm actually out on the river in downtown Austin with McBreen and some of the guys here in the crew, and getting some pizza, walking around. My phone rings, and I pick it up, and this guy goes, "Oh, I don't know if you remember me. I used to be a captain, blah blah blah, in the 82nd Airborne." And I go, "Oh, okay, yeah, I remember." And he goes, "Yeah, I'm a colonel now in the Army, and what you're doing right now, it's truly and honestly disgusting. You're a disgrace."
My favorite type of conspiracy theorists are the ones who used to be in the Army and have like high ranking levels.
Names speaking out about what's going on. I've heard your reports about Afghanistan, what's going on. Shut up.
Doesn't look like it though.
Basically like that, and it went on for about 30 minutes.
It just looks like a name that starts with the M.
My brain's looking at me. He's like, "Man, what just happened?" That looked like a snake. And I was like, "Man, this guy just basically threatened me, told me to shut up."
Are you talking about Underneath Planet?
War. So I mean, that was super intense. I came out of nowhere.
Well, it's sad, and as it's
his arm like
because people and people that are involved with you, many of them will view you as a traitor.
Oh yeah,
and many of them will just be very hostile, and that's what makes being a whistleblower. It's a difficult thing that takes a great deal of courage, and I always.
And the bigger the truth, the harder it is. I feel like
sees something wrong and has the courage to bring it to the forefront, regardless of how they themselves may suffer from doing it. Those are heroes.
When I was in Afghanistan,
are heroes, not a lot of these other people they try to claim are heroes.
Yeah, when I was in Afghanistan, there was a reporter there, well-known combat journalist Michael Hastings, and he asked me a question in one of the interviews. He goes, "What do you think about the Taliban here? What do you think about these people who want to kill you?" And I said, "I have a great deal of respect for them." I was like, "Guess what? We're flying over here. We're bombing the hell out of them. We're shooting at them. We're blowing them up for our own reasons. What would you do if you were sitting in your backyard and paratroopers started falling out of the sky in your homeland, people started attacking you, and you're just sitting there like, all right, well, I've got to pick up arms and defend myself." I said, I don't blame them for wanting to kill me, but at the same time, I'm going to protect my men that are with me and make sure we get home. But at the same time, I can respect them for doing what they're doing as well.
Sure. Thank you, Joe. Interesting testimony, but the point is it's known opium production went from 3% to 93% within 2 years of us being there. It's known they're torturing people. So why call up and tell them to shut up when it's his birthright to have free speech, Jesse?
Well, of course it is, but we don't live we remember something. We don't live in an era anymore where the Bill of Rights matters. You and I have talked about it thousands of times, Alex. How the Bill of Rights
There's so many
they have no
bills that contradict the Constitution in itself.
It doesn't surprise me that free speech is the first. Why wouldn't they take that down also? Now it's selective speech, I guess.
I want to play you a couple clips since you missed the debate, and we haven't played these yet, so the listeners want to hear these. I know you like Putin. You've been over there for a big press dinner, met him.
Well, I don't necessarily like him, but I respect him, and I met him briefly, and I'd certainly love to see him.
You hear what he's saying right now. Jesse Ventura says he respects Putin.
I like the fact he's defending the failing national
Jesse, he's saying it right now.
I don't see Russia.
It's like an interview that he's talking about because he's thinking about running for president.
It's the globalists that are doing it.
No, Jesse Ventura.
The point is you respect Putin.
Okay.
He's got 2 overseas military bases where people invited him in. We have over 300. We're in 100 plus countries.
From the perspective
So it's super.
Maybe Putin's changing. Maybe he's better.
Say bloody their nose. Trump's a traitor because he says he knows Putin and would try to work with him and be friends and have business relations between our countries. Why not? And so this is what.
So he'll fit right in.
Who loves the
video
literally.
They put out Trump, Putin, 2016, make tyranny great again. So they're acting like Trump and Putin are the threat, not the tyrants that are pushing all this. Here is the Kasich TV
about in this particular case. Yes.
In a stunning development, today Donald Trump announced his running mate, Russian President Vladimir Putin.
I hear somebody knocking.
I believe I'll get along with them.
I hear somebody.
It was Trump and Putin. Putin and Trump.
The decision would be illegal and unconstitutional, but not unexpected in light of Mr. Trump's recent pro-Putin rhetoric.
Do you like Vladimir Putin's comments about you?
Sure. When people call you brilliant, that's always good.
Vladimir Putin welcomed the news and only had glowing words to say for Trump.
He is a brilliant and talented person, without a doubt.
If elected, Trump promised that the dictatorial duo would, quote, make tyranny great again.
I think
our job is to make it easier.
I saw her. She was at the meeting. She was at the meeting. I saw that
lady. Next Tuesday here in Florida, let's show the world.
He's going loud in Florida, man. I love it. Bernie, you better hope Jesse doesn't.
Let's show the world that democracy is alive and well with a huge voter turnout. Huge. And I'm talking about a huge voter turnout. This is what the wealthy and powerful want. This is really what they want.
And look at the lady that we spoke to at the senator.
They want young people not to participate.
No, the one right there.
They want
that was the lady we spoke to. That gave
politics. It's all crap. I'm not going to get involved. They want working class people to say, you know what, nobody in Washington cares about me, I'm not going to vote. And you have low voter turnouts, and you have billionaires buying elections, and that is what we have got to overturn. What we have got to show. What we have got to show the American people is that when we don't allow the Trumps of the world to divide us up, when we stand together, black and white and Latino, gay and straight, they may have all of the money and all of the power, but you know what we got? You're seeing it here tonight. We have the people.
I'm just on Twitter right now. A lot of people on this screen so they can Yeah, you're fine.
And this is the lesson of history, when people stand together, there is nothing we cannot accomplish.
Now, Secretary Hillary Clinton and I have a number of differences, and I want to briefly discuss that. One of them, in fact, deals with campaign finance. All right, when you run for president, sadly but truthfully, you got to raise hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, if not even more than that. And when I entered this race, I had to make a decision. Should I do what almost all candidates do and establish
You surprised? I'm telling you, Miami is lit.
This is a very smart audience. You answered my question before I even asked it. But what other candidates do, and the way it's done, unfortunately,
we got scared. Miami's a different breed. We turn out. We ain't scared of nobody.
Billionaires. You go to mansions and you leave those mansions with millions and millions of dollars.
I'll take a Bernie sticker and stick it right on top of a Trump sticker.
Comes from the drug company, comes from the fossil fuel industry.
That's petty.
It comes from the wealthy and the powerful. That is one way you raise money. What Hillary Clinton has done is, in fact, establish several super PACs. She has raised $15 million from Wall Street.
He calling names now.
And in addition to that, she has given speeches behind closed doors to Wall Street financial institutions like Goldman Sachs. Now, here's the story on that one. She gets paid $225,000 for a speech. Now, you know, that is a lot of money for an hour speech. I think that if you get paid that kind of money for one speech, it must be a brilliant, brilliant speech. And I think if it is such a brilliant speech, you want to share it with the American people.
You put in the Republican crowd. Show me the transcripts, bitch.
So Hillary, Secretary Clinton has said she is prepared to release her transcripts if other candidates do. I am prepared. Are you all ready? I am prepared to make a dramatic statement right now. You all ready for it?
Exclusive, you guys. Exclusive.
I am prepared to release all of the transcripts of speeches. I am prepared to answer to release all of the transcripts of the speeches I gave to Wall Street. Here they are. You know.
He wanted to set up that joke, but we didn't let him. He wanted to set that up so bad.
Now,
you feeling the burn?
That is how Secretary Clinton raises.
Not even a little warmth.
We do it in a very different way, and I want to tell you something. This is really important and kind of revolutionary. Because if we want to break political dependence on Wall Street and the
only takes one man to open the doors to let everybody else in.
The only way we can do it is to have campaigns funded by the middle class.
He's the key holder, but we're going to be the SWAT team that
storms in. So when we began this campaign, what we said was something pretty simple but pretty radical. We said to working families all over this country, we know that many of you are hurting, but if you want to support a campaign that is going to take on
if I was in the back there, I'd be doing the most.
That is going to transform our country.
There will be memes made of me.
You know what happened? You know what happened? And this is unbelievable. I never in a million years.
We were planning on going, but then who would host?
In the last 10 months of our campaign, we have received 5 million individual contributions.
People are ready to get that money away.
That is more individual contributions than any candidate in the history of our country up to this point. Does anybody here know what the average contribution is? That's right. $27. To paraphrase Abraham Lincoln at Gettysburg, this is a campaign of the people, by the people, and for the people. Tulsi Gabbard, Congresswoman Gabbard touched on another important difference between Secretary Clinton and myself, and that is back in 2002. Back in 2002, there was a debate in Congress on what turned out to be the most important foreign policy issue in the modern history of this country. And as all of you remember, President Bush and Vice President Cheney and that whole crew, they thought that it was a good idea to invade Iraq. I listened very, very carefully to their arguments, and I concluded that they were not telling the truth. I voted against the war. Secretary Clinton, who was then in the Senate, heard the same arguments. She voted for the war. And that war turned out to be the worst foreign policy disaster in the modern history of this country. And it gives me no joy to tell you this, but if you go to my website, berniesanders.com, listen, read what I said back in 2002 about my fears about what would happen, and to a significant degree, what I said was right. Let me touch on another issue, which is obviously important to Florida and all states all over this country. And that is, this is a sharp audience. I can't, you're about 12 seconds ahead of me. All right. I am a member of the U.S. Senate Committee on the Environment and the U.S. Senate Committee. I have talked to scientists all over our country and scientists all over the world. The debate is over. Climate change is real. Climate change is caused by human activity, and climate change is already causing devastating problems in Florida, America, and around the world. And here is what is really scary. If you listen to what the scientists are telling us, what they are saying is if we do not get our act together in a short period of time, by the end of this century, this planet will be 5 to 10 degrees Fahrenheit warmer. And what that means is it means more drought, and we're already seeing drought all over the world. It means more flooding. We are already seeing more flooding. It means for Florida and other coastal communities, it means more rising sea levels. It means also important to Florida, but the whole world, the increased acidification of the ocean. We are destroying our oceans. It means more international conflict as people all over the world fight over limited natural resources. To my mind, this issue is a no-brainer. And if we consider ourselves to be moral people and to consider the needs of future generations, we have got to move aggressively in taking on the fossil fuel industry. And transforming our energy system away from fossil fuel to energy efficiency and sustainable energy. We have got to lead the world. We can't do it alone. We've got to work with China, Russia, India, other countries around the world. But we know already what has to be done. We have incredible potential with solar panels. Price of solar is going down. Incredible potential with wind. Iowa is already getting 30-40% of its electricity from wind. Texas. We can do incredible things with energy efficiency, making our buildings more energy efficient. We can create a state-of-the-art rail system which takes trucks off the road. Virtually every scientist who studies this issue knows what has to be done. But we're running into something really amazing and incredible. And that is, this connects the dots to what I said a moment ago. I want you all to be thinking, how does it happen that there is no Republican candidate for president who will come before you again and tell you the simple truth? That should be Bernie's thing. The climate change is real.
I want like a futuristic, like America, like clean water, like fast transportation.
The answer gets back to a corrupt campaign finance system.
Yeah, that's because they make too much money from it, and there's so many more sufficient energies from it.
It's not just that. Petroleum isn't.
Because here is the truth. Here is the truth. That if a Republican came before you,
there are alternatives that are out there that these corporations are suppressing.
We got a serious problem. We got to do something about it.
Because once you take that control from them,
and the fossil fuel
and that reliability from them, then they're just losing money.
You are not getting any more money. That is what a corrupt campaign finance system is doing to our country. And I say to those Republicans who are too cowardly,
you have to bring out more of his aggressive side if he's talking to Trump. You know, like I think you talk to your
kids and your grandchildren and the future of this planet rather than your campaign contributions.
What he's saying now won't work.
Of course, I highly doubt that he's going to be repeating the same shit like this if he knows he's for sure going to like be nominated.
In this campaign,
he's saving the bigger cards for later on.
We are
more of the smeary stuff
to the American people.
Has so much.
And what we
So I think if he does it now, it's just more ammo for Hillary to use against him for what he's saying. I feel like once he knows that he is the nominated Democrat, then you're going to see more of
You can do the arithmetic as well as I can.
Republicans chastising him for what he's saying doesn't have as much of a grip as a fellow Democrat chastising what he has to say, which you're competing with. You get what I'm saying?
I remember I was in Nevada.
He made a good point of it too.
Young woman,
he said, had I not voted for that bill, then Hillary would have spun it as I don't care about women's rights or domestic abuse and stuff like that.
I make $10.45 an hour and I have student loans. I am scared to death about what happens to my daughter and to me. And this is, in fact, being played out with millions of people. And that is why, in America, we have got to understand that the $7.25 minimum wage in this country is a starvation wage. We're going to raise that minimum wage. We're going to raise that minimum wage to a living wage, $15 an hour.
You don't feel like you're just saying that to get votes?
In America, if you work 40 hours a week, you should not be living in poverty.
I just have to take his word for it because he hasn't done anything to contradict what he's saying, like in the past. You get what I'm saying? Like he hasn't made a promise that he hasn't kept or tried to keep.
This campaign
or gone against.
is listening to senior citizens.
Just by saying that alone, just indicates.
And what senior citizens and disabled veterans are telling me is they can't make it
because
on $11,000 or $12,000 a year. And I want, this is important. Because as a nation, we have to understand that nations are judged.
I mean, people do what they love to do. So if careers are all equal, then people will actually go into the things that they love to do. If you love to cook, if you're able to live off cooking, you'll be fine. I feel like because it's something that you love to do. You get what I'm saying?
No, but so absolutely, like working at McDonald's or Burger King. It doesn't require.
Here in Florida, we have many seniors in my state.
It requires customer service skills. It's multitasking. Multitasking.
If you look at the cost of prescription drugs,
I mean, that's how it's your perception. It's how you view your learning experiences.
Nobody can make it on a level of McDonald's. You know, what my Republican colleagues in the Senate want to do, this is almost.
Well, I can't speak for everyone. I just speak for my experiences. Mind you, you could have had those experiences. I'm not taking that away from you. What I'm saying is that you may experience that most of the time.
What I want to do is increase.
And you learn skills. You learn multitasking. You learn how to speak to people, interact with people. A lot of people don't have that experience, don't have that communication skills. So they're learning something. It may not be as prestigious or as nice to on paper. It doesn't take away from the skills that they've learned. Like for me, I learned a lot of my speaking skills to people from working customer service. I used to work at T-Mobile, like customer service, and it taught me how to speak to people, even when people were screaming at me and stuff. Like I knew how to like correlate and adjust the situation. So I don't take away that experience for myself because I learned from it.
Just out of curiosity, how many people here are dealing with student debt?
Why is that so? It's just a different medium. I'm still speaking to different random people. I'm still speaking to random people. Mind you, I was making $8 an hour and I was 18 years old. So I was making $8 an hour. Pretty much speaking on the phone, speaking to different customers,
to become a doctor,
and learning communication skills. Even so, with any worker, flipper, whatever, waitress, waiter, whatever, they're learning skills. I think your stipulation is, more or less like people being old and working at communication skills. I can
talk to a young man in Iowa, left college after 2 years, $60,000 in debt.
Because I don't take.
Talk to a guy in Nevada. This is incredible.
At McDonald's,
he's 55 years old. He's been paying off student debt for 25 years. And he's more in debt today than when he started.
Of course you do, because you have to take the order.
So here it is. What this campaign is about is thinking outside of the box, thinking outside of the status quo.
When you go to any McDonald's, depending on the McDonald's you do go to, some of them are very nice. They have conversations with you, actually, how your day is, how's your day going while you're waiting for your food to be made. So
do not
that's some
accept
form of communication.
do
It's not easy for anybody to just go to random people and start speaking to them.
Everybody tells young people in this country
And
education is important.
That avenue. They may not see it as that, they see it as just
all of the
working for their job,
education that you
but
can.
subconsciously
Everybody says that we live in a competitive global economy. We need the best educated workforce possible.
For me, I don't see the difference between garbage.
Are we punishing people for getting an education?
I don't see them after you're as being a better person and a garbage person just because of their job. If a title is a title, you go beyond the title.
More skilled is more definite, but you can't say better because
more skilled how? Because we're taking that particular perception from what you feel is skilled and what's not skilled.
Again, what I beg of you and of the American people, take a step back
or defending people or whatever. And the garbage man is still picking up items at a fast rate and throwing them in a machine and being able to keep up with deadlines, to keep up with scheduling.
Nobody knows it. Because
that's a huge thing to learn. I don't take away that experience.
To the top
you may be a great lawyer if you're given the experience or the educational tools to do that, you know. So it's all.
Don't tell me that we cannot make public colleges and universities tuition free.
More than a person See, it's what you used to validate.
Now, my opponents say this is a radical, crazy idea.
Measure value in the society is through compensation.
Tell that to the people in Germany and in Scandinavia already do it.
No, you're saying
money goes through years of preparation.
They are smart enough to know that they want the best intellectual capabilities of their people
and in most cases
to become developed.
In most cases, but if you just
what we want to do in this country,
and you know what, a lot of lawyers wouldn't be able to do that. A lot of lawyers wouldn't be able to do that.
Didn't have much money. My parents never went to college, but I want every kid in America.
The thing is, you are a person that validates your existence by the amount of money you're making or what you can know, and that's okay. If you're using that metrics to validate your life,
they will get a college education.
Yeah, you would probably a lawyer more than a college student because they make more money. Right? So that's how you value. For me,
it's about them. They are more valuable than a garbage picker.
And for those people,
that's your opinion about the situation. So that in turn you feel the same way.
Not so long ago,
it's not my opinion.
This guy was paying.
How is that a fact? A fact is a generalization. You think it's a.
I want to give all those people, student debt, the opportunity to refinance that debt at the lowest interest rates they can take.
That's just completely you speaking out to the left side of your mouth. And that's not true.
Now, the Wall Street Journal, and the Washington Post, and the establishment.
First of all, it's not we, it's the government and corporations who dictate whether or not somebody is valuable or not in those terms of salary.
You want to provide free tuition at public colleges, universities. You want to significantly lower student debt.
Who's going to pick it up? If you don't pay that person to pick it up, who's going to pick it up? That's the thing. Because it's a tedious task, and you don't see the value in it, or whatever you want to correlate value, time,
this country
whatever, however you want to define it. What I'm saying is that just because in your stipulation you value people's existence or validation with money, that's your perception and that's how you feel. But I don't think it's the encompass view. Obviously, we're not saying supporters who agree with him. That's not a generalized statement. I'm saying it's
well, what I think is that right now we should impose a tax
stance. I feel like everybody's
Wall Street
I don't care if you're a
speculation.
doctor, if you're a freaking lawyer, if you're a businessman or whatever. I don't see you as more valuable or more valuable than any other person because we need both.
If we do that,
we need somebody who's going to pick up our garbage. Who, like, if nobody gets paid to do it, then who's going to do it?
Now, this is again.
Put it where? Do you want us to walk to the dumps and put it? Like you need somebody to do that. Are you going to do that? You just said a lawyer doesn't have to do that.
Wall Street.
Why? Because there's somebody else to do it, right? No, I didn't say that. You said that. You said that.
You're putting it off on somebody else to do
And
it.
here is
no, I'm not putting it off on anybody. If they choose to do that, they do it. But I'm not saying I'm better than them or value them more.
In many respects, is the equivalent of what a high school degree was 50, 60 years ago. 50 years ago, you had a high school degree. You know what? You're in pretty good shape. You go out and get a good middle class.
You can't measure somebody. You measuring somebody's value or whatever. It's from the person's perspective.
And I believe
that's measuring that person's value or whatever. Like how I value you is going to be different than how somebody else values you.
Public colleges and universities.
It's not like an encompassing situation where everybody feels the same way about one person or one thing.
This campaign is talking
like
to women.
For me,
and listening to women.
My personality, my morality, I don't see anybody valued.
And
I feel like if somebody's doing what they love to do, if they're able to live by doing it, then they wouldn't mind because it's something that they love to do. If you're going into a profession because of the money that it's providing to you, then you're doing it because of the money that it's providing. It's not something that you love to do.
I know every man in this arena will stand with women in the fight for man.
You're not doing it because you love to do it. It's because you're getting money for it. And depending on the sum. Because
you're trying to substantiate your argument.
There is no rational economic reason
how can you say that
why women are paid significantly less than men. It's sexism, and together we're going to end it.
Okay.
One of the things
I understand in the sense that that's your perceptive. That's what I said. That's your perception.
No. I have to pay for their services. That's how we measure their value. Now, their worth to society is completely up to you.
But
now, you judging somebody.
Here is an issue media is not particularly concerned about, but
that's subjective.
Millions of young couples are. I want you to think about this. Again, thinking outside of the status quo
that you put
and outside of the box. Every person,
value.
or I should say,
and how are you correlating that value with a McDonald's person? How do you how can you say that making $15 an hour is not right? It's not worth their work unless you are judging by their actions and their tasks that they do every day to correlate your value for them for you to pay that.
It's simple. If you can,
and yet what we have today in our country
and bring in a random person,
millions of young couples, mom goes to work,
have the same
dad goes to work, and they cannot find quality.
You can take one person out and put another person in that day, and they pick up on the system.
How does that person pick up on the system?
It's easy to talk to them. It's a low skill, low skill.
It's tight.
Listen, in a matter of hours. It takes people years to become lawyers. Maybe some of them aren't good at it.
And then that just correlates to what? Are you doing it for the money? Or are you doing it because you love to do it? That's the thing. And I feel like what Bernie's saying is pretty much who is dictating these so-called values? Who says that a working mother mopping the whole store and doing all of that stuff
well-paid, educated, taking care of
and some like rich person. Some lawyer or some big corporate head who just sits in his office and signs papers all day. How do they correlate that from? Does that person who's up to millions of dollars, mind you, his assistant is making a fraction of what he's making but doing all the work just because of a title? Because initially what you're paying for is the value of the title that you're paying, right?
You're paying for the skills that you bring to the job. And you see,
how do you obtain, when you obtain those skills, what do you do?
I agree. I want you to think about this again.
The skills that you're acquiring is to obtain that label and to be able to use it, correct?
How does it happen that in this great country, we have more people in jail than any other country on earth? China is 4 times our size. China is a communist authoritarian country that does not tolerate dissent very well. We've got more people in jail than China, largely disproportionately African American, Latino, and Native American. Today, and it's important that everybody understands this, because it is a national disgrace. A African American male baby born today, if we do not change this, stands a 1 in 4 chance of ending up in jail. Today in America, we have youth unemployment, which is off the charts. 50% of African Americans
other people don't feel like the economy is working, and that's okay.
and 20 who graduated high school are unemployed or underemployed. And if you think there is not a connection between that outrageous number and people in jail, you will be wrong.
What's right and what's wrong.
So what we are going to do,
at this point, for me, I see value in all and everything. Nobody's more valuable to me.
we are going to invest for our young people in jobs and education, not jails and incarceration.
And if you want to be making more money or whatever, and you're not, because some people are okay with just making money just to live, and that's okay for them, and they'll still live a happy life. Some people
the African American community and the Latino community and all of us are tired of seeing videos of unarmed people being killed by police officers.
And do that. But I don't know, like for me, I don't.
I am a former mayor. Growing to Vermont, I have worked with police officers. Vast majority of police officers are hardworking, honest, and are trying to do a very, very difficult job.
Nobody tells them to do that.
But
yet still, you can't come
when a police officer breaks the law like any other public official, he must be held accountable.
Put yourself in that situation. So again, it's a futile argument. It really is.
It is unacceptable that local police departments,
I feel like when it comes to the rules, corporations, or humans in general, it should literally be like
look like occupying armies.
Basis of like morality. That's it. Like just
we have got to demilitarize local
something
police
that
departments.
so different. There should be like a foundation that branches
We've got to make police departments part of the community, not an oppressive force in the community.
That branches out into different personalities and different. Because right now, like, I feel there's so many different views when it comes to. You have people who are very analytical, more about
serving,
like more of the money issues, like making more money, making the economy more prosperous so that they in turn make more money.
In my state, I know
for the issues of I just want clean water, I want a clean ocean, I want to be able to eat my food without having to worry about chemicals that are not listed on the packaging. I want to be able to drink water from my pipe without worrying about chemicals that these corporations are putting in the food. So it's just these. You have people that are fighting for those type of things, and then you have people who are fighting for more other like money, making more money, and basically
we've got to learn and understand that by and large, the so-called war on drugs has been a failure. Over the last 30 years, millions of Americans have received police records for possessing marijuana. Now, you can argue about the pluses and minuses of marijuana, but right now, under the Federal Controlled Substance Act, marijuana is listed as a Schedule I drug right next to heroin. Now, I trust that every person in this room knows that heroin is a killer drug.
They're cheering for them to have less opportunities to
causing devastating problems in my state and all over this country. Now, whatever you think about marijuana, marijuana is not heroin.
Health insurance is That's what they're pushing on.
And that is why I have legislation in that would take marijuana out of the federal controlled substance. Now, under our federalist form of government, we have federal, state, and local government. Whether or not marijuana becomes legal is a state issue, but it should not be a federal crime.
The candidates that are running right now.
This campaign is listening to our brothers and sisters in the Latino community.
At this point, I just feel like Bernie's the person that I'm voting for. If Jesse Ventura ends up running, I'm going to vote for him instead, because I feel like Jesse's has more.
I want to tell you, if I might, a very good story. In 2008, I believe.
He has the same stances as Bernie. They're very similar, but I feel like when it comes to running, bodies were switched.
It's a small town near Naples.
We wouldn't be having this conversation right now when it comes to Hillary and Bernie, because he would have just taken everything.
Workers were being incredibly.
He's very Trumpy, but like with Bernie values.
Immokalee is one of the towns where a lot of low-grade tomatoes, the tomatoes used by McDonald's and Burger King, are grown. And I went there. And ironically enough,
as of right now,
this is Trump 2008. On the day I arrived in the front page story is that some contractor was being charged with slavery.
And it's saying now that Hillary is predicted to be winning this.
2008. People are charged with slavery, holding people in involuntary servitude.
To go vote.
What we did is we
tell people to give up and not vote. Because it's just like, well, Hillary's in the lead already, so why not just like
tomatoes?
Since I don't
vote, go to work at 5:30 in the morning, and I saw what they experienced. I saw what these workers experienced.
Who's reporting that? Fox or CNN?
They are underpaid. They were exploited. The housing they lived in was gross.
But it's like a crazy amount of.
And their working conditions were unacceptable. And what we did is we held a hearing in Washington, D.C. with the committee that I'm on, Senator Ted Kennedy, the late Senator Ted Kennedy.
It's just. I feel like he's the same. I think he's.
Work with me to make a very long story short, that with the help of the great organizers who are working and the workers themselves, we significantly improved living conditions and wages for those workers. And what I have learned since in going around the country, speaking to the Latino community, is that people are frightened and tired of living in the shadows. They are tired and fearful about maybe a relative of theirs being deported. I remember. And what they are asking me, and which I agree with, is we need comprehensive immigration reform. and a path toward citizenship. And let me also say this. People in this country.
Yeah. So it's pretty close with Michigan, with Sanders and Clinton right now. Because it's funny because they projected the opposite when it comes to Democrats. They had Hillary at 50 something and Sanders at 40. So this should be an interesting tie-up. There's a lot more. Looks like there are a lot more Democrats voting.
It's even closer with Trump and Kasich.
Mm-hmm.
That's weird.
I don't know. Like, Kasich seems like a demo Republican hybrid.
He is, and that's what scares. I don't think. Oh man, people don't get it. If you vote for anybody other than Trump, you are definitely voting for an establishment. Whether you think it's in Bernie or not, he is the ultimate establishment. He don't need packing. He don't need backing because he wants to usher in what they're trying to usher in slowly.
Well, one world order.
Yeah, that's why they don't need. That's why they don't need to put no money behind him. He's just really a test to see how many people are ready to be on board with it. In all honesty. So
I don't see Trump being president, honestly. I don't think our United States government would allow that at all. And I just think he's just for show, honestly. I mean, they got rid of JFK. Like, why the hell? If they can get rid of, like, the most beloved president, like, why the hell would they not, like, why would they try to get, like, Trump in office? Like, they have the means to, like, make it seem like he did not win at all. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So it's just interesting. Really interesting. And yeah, you could probably be right with Bernie. Who knows? Stranger things will happen. Maybe it's just like some sleeper cell that's just like waiting, and he's gonna usher in some like new world order and be like the Messiah.
He's not a sleeper cell. He's telling you. With everything the New World Order wants, he is telling you what he wants to do, and that is exactly what they have written in their books for years on what a new world government would look like. Open borders, no cultures, nobody can defend themselves in the country. Take all the guns from all the law-abiding citizens. Let the criminals run rampant. Let them do what they want to. Bring in illegals, bankrupt the country. It's very simple on how you do it. Control the media, control the populace. Let them have no opportunity to create for themselves. Tax. Tell them how much they can make when they can make it. It's very simple. So there's, like I said, he's not a sleeper cell. He's not hiding anything.
First of all, I've never heard Bernie endorse any type of controlling the media or anything like that.
The media is already controlled. He's, like I say, it's not him that can. If you're thinking it's one man that can do any one thing.
No, but I'm just repeating what you just said.
You are sadly mistaken. We're talking about a new world government, aren't we? The people who control the media already control it, and they already with the same shit that he wants to usher in. They've been trying to usher that in for years now. They've been programming people to get ready for it. That's why I'm saying he doesn't need any support. He doesn't need a super PAC support because he wants to usher in communism.
He's against the encryption thing. Trump is for it. Every Republican that candidates there, and that is going to usher in more internet surveillance and more internet security on that. Are you serious?
You see how unintelligible that argument is? This shit is already controlled. What do you think you got on your phone that they don't know that's there? If they want to know the shit that's in your phone, anytime.
That's my precautions because I haven't done the necessary steps to stop that from happening. There are steps for instance.
You can't stop it. Anytime you log into your Wi-Fi or you want to,
dude, you're talking to someone who dated like a freaking hacker. Like I know this shit. Like this guy would do it right in front of me. Like there are ways to literally securely search the internet, look for shit that is freaking you would even imagine being sold online and being able to like do all of that. So
Kevin, all that shit is public information.
If that were the case, why not like halt Anonymous like in itself?
Because they're not worried about anonymous.
All right, I'm not having this argument.
Nobody's.
It's not sound.
Of course it's not. You bring nothing for it to be sound on. Like
it's only sound if it comes out of Wes's mouth.
You're talking about the internet. Like they don't create and control the internet. Even
they don't, and they're able to like view certain aspects of the internet. Yes, they're able to go into like different, like to the general populace who's not really in tune with internet security. Yeah, it's super easy for them to look into that shit. But the people who know about this shit, they can't go into that stuff.
Kevin, everything that
and it wasn't America that created the internet. First of all, that's your wrong assumption right now. It was actually a group of different scientists from all around the world at CERN who actually created the internet, which then made it public. So it's not like
First of all, I didn't say America. So get that right.
Okay.
And secondly, if you think I would think that America created the internet, you truly don't listen to the words that come out of my mouth. And again,
so who are they? Who are they that you're speaking of?
The same people that control the media, the same people that control the banks, are the same people that control your industrial military complex. You don't need to know who they are because you can't do anything to them anyway. And if you find out who that one person is, you don't know the person above them. Let's just call them an entity. Because if you want to name some names, I'm going to suggest you do your own research, because to me, the name is irrelevant. I don't know where they are. And I don't know how to get to them. I know how to make it so that I can live the way I want to in this life. That's what I know.
I don't know. There are followers, and then there are like leaders. I feel like, honestly, for me, I can't. I don't conform to the presets that have been set out for me. It's just like not my thing. Like I'll think outside the box. What I say may sound crazy, yeah, because it's not something that somebody's heard before, but it's still tangible in some sense of being able to work. It's just that people are preset on the structure that's been set before them, decades behind them. You know, it's as you said, the industrial complex. It's basically the structure of the America's perception of the world that was created since the beginning of America's inception. They've literally dictated and made the board game, and we're just like the players. And then you have some players who realize that it is a board game, and basically you're playing at other people's rules, and for you to be able to abolish or end the game, you have to gather enough players to get off the chessboard, so that there's not enough people to keep up the game. And I think that's slowly happening. It may not happen with Bernie. It may take Trump coming into office to strike that chord with people to rise up and get out of that game.
What you missed completely is that it will never happen with somebody like Bernie, because Bernie is what they want to bring in. How do you not connect those? You need to go research and read those papers. You need to read the Kissinger report to understand how they're going to issue in the New World Order.
I've watched all those things. I've read all those articles. The 2030 plan, the whole secret UN meetings.
Great. Then you should already know that Bernie speaks right to them.
I can't ostracize just Bernie, because if you think about it, all of them do. Okay? Because if you think Trump is some lone soldier in this fight and doesn't have any strings attached to him, or at least has some other people's thoughts in his head that keep him on a certain border, there has to be. Like, Trump is not some because for me, the way I correlate Bernie is how you correlate Trump, where Trump is some he's some outsider. He's not a part of the establishment. He's not friends with any of these people. He's just gonna go in there and tear shit up and just stop the big heads from controlling and dictating how the market is run. And Bernie has the same ideology, but it's more on a human aspect than a business and corporation type of situation.
But again, Bernie is not looking to change anything. He's looking to usher in what the globalists are trying to push. I don't see it. If you've read all of these things and you've heard all of these things, then how can you not make that connection that this is what they're trying to push on us? How do you not get that? That's where I'm like,
I've told you. Did you listen to me when I told you before? I say you may be right, but I'm open to anything. I've told people this all the time. Just because I say things, but I can take your argument. I can file it in my head. I don't take away from your experience, as I said before, but I use those references and those things to gauge my discernment on how I feel about a particular topic or anything like that. Like for me, if it were to happen, it wouldn't be a surprise. As if it weren't to happen, it wouldn't be a bother or a surprise to me either. It's just cycle of humanity, basically. The rise and fall, rise and fall. In all essence, when it comes to politics or even the world in general, it all stems from a spiritual type of thing. But not everybody can correlate and go into that type of arena without confusing people, because you have to be very read up with this stuff. You have to be really in the know when it comes to who are these people connected to, their bloodlines, their links with the different houses in England, and the seals and the family crests and all that type of stuff, and all the genealogy stuff like that, because everything just comes down to esoteric beginnings.
See, again, like those numbers, those names, those families, that don't matter. The only thing we need to know right now is the agenda they're pushing, what it looks like, and how we can avoid it. And
how do you learn to avoid it without looking at the past? You have to look at the past to be able to correlate and be able to set up a better and sufficient future. This isn't anything new. These families stem from all the way back into the Sumerian days. Like we're going way back. These people are. I don't even want to go into this because it's just it's literally gonna go like completely left. Because I always say this to you guys all the time when I talk politics. Like when I'm talking politics in this atmosphere, I mean like a bubble. But when I think of it in a bigger scope, this political race is a joke. It's just like a distraction from what's really going on in the back. Have you not heard me say that numerous times on this show?
Yep.
Okay. So do you get what I say when I say that statement and why I'm saying it?
Not really.
I say it because when I'm endorsing different candidates or whatever, it's for this particular political race, as in what's the hype now. Because like for me, what's hyping right now is what's happening in CERN, what's happening on the Atlantic, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, what's happening with the UN and these secret meetings that are happening with the different heads of the countries. Like a lot of people don't know that. Like we almost what was it? It was a Europe, Mexico, and America, and it was going to be like the euro dollar, like what was it called, the fuck, I can't remember the name, but it's basically they were going to combine and make it as like one entity, and that they would just phase out the dollar and all their currencies and create a new currency. Did you hear a report about that? I think it was called the euro dollar. I'm not sure.
They've been talking about that for years, since the inception of the euro.
Okay, guys, it was called Amero.
They got
the currency was called Amero.
Mm-hmm. That's the one for this side, for the North and South America. They got the euro, of course, that's for the European Union. Then they have one for the Pacific Union.
Those are like blatant new world agenda.
But Kevin, these things are being established through NAFTA, CAFTA, the TPP. opening up our borders, allowing people who are here illegally to become citizens, having people migrate, millions of people migrate into European countries to now force upon them a religion that isn't theirs. That is all part of this agenda. All these trade plans and policies. That's why you have to understand the words that these people are writing and the things that they are saying. Like I say, you can focus on all the family bloodlines. At the end of the day, you're just going to be mad you wasted a whole lot of time when you could have been focused on, I need to get as much bread as I can to be able to protect myself in any situation. I need to get my guns, get my bread, make sure I have food to feed me and my family.
See, the thing is, I don't think it's going to be an economy collapse that like sends people to think. I think it's going to be more of a physical type of situation. It's not going to be a financial type of situation. Yeah, the economy is going to crash, but I don't think that's going to send people overboard. Because we've heard crashes like happen and the hype that goes around it, like 2008 and in 2012.
If America was anything like Europe or Russia, we'd already be in the New World Order. But the problem with America is that we're America. You just can't make us do what it is that you want us to do. You have to trick us into it over hundreds and hundreds of years. The thing about America is that nobody is going to come over here and war with America. We've dropped enough bombs on enough people's country to make them say, fuck them, we're not going over there. We have enough guns over here. We kill our own people every day. And the world sees this. They're not coming over here to fight us. The way you hurt America is through the economy. That's the only way you can hurt America, is through the economy. And they are planning this, and it's going to be so beautiful. Because a lot of people will just sleep on it. And again, if you want to put yourself in a good position for the rest of your life, you got to learn what happens in bad markets. Because again, the 1930 came around, shit crashed, went the Depression. A lot of people got rich from that. You got to understand how an economy works and what are we going to have to do in order to make ourselves an economic force again. And if you know those things, you know where to put your time and energy in the future so that you can become.
You want to make like America an economy force, like a, what do you say? What? I forgot the word you said, but I know it's something economical force.
We are already one. We just don't know it. Most people don't know it because they don't want to participate in the economy.
Let me see here. Hold on 1 second, okay, Wes?
All right.
What does that mean by, did you see that the headline that was on Fox Live where it said Hillary wins primary, what was it, primary election?
No, I didn't see the headline. What was it?
It's weird because it's just like, they don't say the state. They're like, Trump wins Mississippi. And then it says Hillary wins Democrat primary.
Yeah, it's good, man. They playing games with
it. Right? That's so sketch. So sketch.
Like I'm looking at Ted Cruz right now. All he's talking about is Donald Trump. Like, I don't think people get it. Like, Ted Cruz and Hillary Clinton are essentially one and the same. They're both funded by the same people.
And you literally almost look the same.
And they almost look the same. So
they might be the same. I wouldn't put it past the government. Put a whole bunch of clones. Yeah, people. Let me tell you something. Because people, I've been talking to people, and they're like, "Kevin, are you crazy? The government would never do that." And I'm like, the fact that you say that is ignorant as hell. Because for you to put past certain situations from people not doing it, I don't put nothing past anybody.
Damn, Clinton won 87-10 in Mississippi.
She won Mississippi, so we have that in right now. But are those projections, or is that actually a fact right now?
I'm looking at the numbers on Fox right now.
Because Fox likes to embellish their projections. That's one of their tactics. Because didn't they project? Who was it that had issues with? It was Rubio. They projected Cruz to win, which then stopped people from voting for Rubio. And then, no, that was, or was that Carson? It was one of those arguments that they were making. But we should definitely be hearing some news.
Ted Cruz over here giving up military secrets.
What he said. Oh, he's still talking on the speech?
No, he's doing some kind of press conference.
They are really, really going ham. They're making it's Ted Cruz. That's why. Because I was looking for Rubio, and I was just like, why is there no feed? It's Ted Cruz.
I'm on Fox 10 now on YouTube.
Let me see. Do you have the link? Because I can post it on here, and then we can all watch it. It's live, right?
Yes, live.
Okay, so it should start right where you left off when you post the link to me. See what's going on Google Analytics.
Do you trust Ted Cruz?
Do I trust? You see me, people like when I tell people like my feelings towards somebody, and they say, well, have you read up on them or that, and I'm just like, I'm just no, I'm not speaking towards you, like I'm just saying in general, like with anybody, because I go by like vibes a lot, and I trust my vibes a lot because it's never done me wrong. I'm a huge believer in that, and I don't know, something about him just seems artificial to me. I don't know what it is. It's just, if you ask me, the only people who evoke some sort of like.
May I say something about
definitely
guy that Cruz? His face reminds me the character. You know, from that Pinocchio place, there is a character like the guy, the sad guy who's all the time he's very sad, crying, like a sad clown. Piero, what is his name? I don't know. So Ted Cruz, like the sad clown. It's pathological liar, and I don't know what kind of moral people see behind him, because there is just zero of moral. It's like the same like the Hillary. Like you just said very correctly. They like a brother and the sister. They made out of the same thing. I guess.
Yeah, I would have to agree also too. Thanks, Wes, for that link. I'm gonna post it right now.
Here in North Carolina, and I'll tell you, it's neck and neck. North Carolina's decisive impact on this primary. Perfect. We are campaigning hard in North Carolina, and our team on the ground, what we have really seen is we have seen conservatives unite. We have seen evangelicals, we've seen libertarians, we've seen young people. And, you know, let me take a minute to speak to the 65 to 70% of Republican primary voters who recognize that Donald Trump is not the best candidate to go head-to-head with Hillary Clinton. That if Donald Trump is our nominee, we lose. Hillary becomes president. That means if Donald Trump is our nominee, we lose the Supreme Court for a generation. We lose the Bill of Rights for a generation. What we are seeing more and more is those 65 to 70% of Republicans
dramatic much Wes right now.
Our campaign, because
I
feel like he's being
our campaign.
Like he couldn't beat Hillary if he tried. He's got so much shit. He couldn't. Like he's already been in Congress
and that can and will
going against the things that he says he stands for. He's already been on record saying these to a congressional staff, like doing his job, pitching people. But so that's why
we started out with
weird.
17 candidates, a tremendously diverse field, a talented field.
The last poll is going to be coming in at 9. We're going to figure out who wins.
And so I want to speak to people who maybe you started out supporting Jeb Bush, or Chris Christie, or Carly Fiorina, or Dr. Ben Carson, or Rand Paul. Or maybe you were supporting Mike Huckabee, or Rick Santorum. Or maybe now you're supporting Marco Rubio, or John Kasich.
You know that if I was locked into the
are people I respect.
The Roman Catholics library.
Beating Donald Trump. None of them have any.
And that, like, if somebody gave me a choice to be in there and just like read everything, I would do it. I wouldn't mind spending my life doing that, just like reading up on like the past.
So, to all of the supporters of those other candidates who have already come over and joined us and have given us decisive wins.
How much of it do you think you could actually read?
Oh, that's true too. Hopefully they make an app by then that just like.
Thank you for coming.
I don't know, baby. You never know. You never know. We might have some like Star Wars shit. Like I pick up the tablet and I just like start levitating and just like I start using like 100% of my brain.
Who may be thinking of supporting other candidates.
That's the world I want, honestly. I don't even care about like just give me 50% of my brain. Watch. I would be taken off. I wouldn't even be on Earth right now.
And if you don't want to see Hillary Clinton as the president, which is the inevitable result of Donald Trump being the nominee, come join us. Let us stand together. And if I'm elected president, we will repeal every word of Obamacare. We'll pass a simple flat tax. We'll abolish the IRS. We'll pull back the federal regulators. We'll stop amnesty. We'll secure the borders. And the result of all of that will be incredible economic growth, millions of high wages.
Had 1.1% of the vote in Michigan.
Did you see that?
That is so horrible. I'd be so freaking embarrassed. And knowing Fox, they probably rounded up.
What? If Rubio were to drop out, they would put all their eggs behind Kasich because they don't even want Ted Cruz. Because they know he wouldn't win.
Ted Cruz seems like such a chump to me.
We are waiting.
Honestly, for me, it has to be either John Kasich or Trump if I had to pick a Republican.
Yeah.
Or even Carson. But then again, Carson's... He could be so smart that we think that we're mistaking his intelligence for timidness, if you get what I'm saying when I say that.
Yeah.
So it could be that, you know, I don't even know. I really don't know.
I think Carson be able to beat Hillary because nobody has any dirt on Carson. Like, you can't really throw him under a bus. You really have to argue him from an intellectual standpoint. I don't think nobody wanted to see that.
Not at all. So I think, in all honesty, like I think I would have to see more of Carson, but he rarely gets any screen time. He's not even. Is he still even running? Oh my god! My amigo said, "Pobrecito." Oh man. I just hope Saunders wins at this point. I don't even know. That's who I'm really. To me, you know what this seems like to me, Wes, on honesty?
All right,
it's like a TV show.
Switch on over to
and it's like Bernie's my favorite character in the show.
Happening right now in Florida.
All right.
And then you're like the spoiler alert. That's like the mid-season cliffhanger where Bernie wins and he gives that hug and the cut shot's him looking at the camera with like an evil grin. And it's just like the audience is like, if they only knew.
Right.
I don't even know. I just have to take people's word. Like at this point, I have to go by his word. So if he messes that up, that's only one time it takes to mess up my trust in somebody. But I don't want that one time to mess up, and it's just like a big mess up.
Where it's just see, like if he would have fuck up on go back on his word, then that's the ultimate fuck up because we gotta pay for it.
That's what I'm saying.
I was like, do I really want to feel it? Because it might be like a real fuck up, where you're just like, okay, damn. But I don't know. How can you, like, man, you have to have no self-respect after, like, Bernie would have to literally have no self-respect to do something like that, to go against his word, because he's been so adamant about corruption in government. That would be some real irony, wouldn't it be? That'd be some real irony.
But I'm saying,
because at least if Hillary was in office, it would be like, oh, we expected this. You guys, look at her past record. But it's like, we don't have anything like that to correlate with Bernie. So it's just like, I think that's even hurting him too, if you think about it too. It's just like,
25 years in politics and he has no record.
No, I mean, as in saying something as.
What are you screaming?
Hillary.
Show Hillary? Wow. So instead of Sanders, they broadcast this bitch?
Basically.
I think Sanders done.
Look at her supporters. This looks like literally like some like high class party, like some mixer. Look at that woman with her pearls and that big ass rock on her hand. Look at that, Wes. That's that oil market right there, all over her chest, all over her ears. Look at those diamond earrings.
That's that bank money. No, Trump doing a press conference. Oh, you hear that? They had to change the chants from Hillary to USA.
Why?
Because
USA just sounds so Hitlery to me, honestly. When we scream out like our country's name, it just sounds so weird to me. Like, for me, I see I would like a political race that, like, it's people who believe they're able to change the country with their ideology and they're presenting it to me. It's not like some spectator sport where, like, I'm cheering on people or, like, doing all of this extraness. You get what I'm saying? And I feel like it's just turning into, like, this
fucking spectacle.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying?
No, but I'm gonna tell you why they probably in there directing those people to say stop saying Hillary and start chanting USA, because when Donald Trump first started, that's all his crowd was chanting. They don't even like to chant Trump because they know it's not about him. He's out here literally trying to wake people up. Like, if you want to be woken up, you need to listen to what the fuck he's saying, because he's telling the truth. He's not promising you fucking free health care. None of that shit. He's telling you, listen, I'm out here with my own money. I don't want nothing from y'all. Nothing but your vote. Can any other candidate say that?
I think Trump can say that now because he's seen all the people that he's garnered. Because if you look at it, there are more Democrats voting than the Republicans at this point. So because of the selection that he has in the Republican Party right now, now that I think about it, that's not true because they have more candidates. So the votes are spread out more than just the two.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I mean, I feel like in that particular aspect, then Trump is resonating with people that are actually getting off their asses and voting at this point. Or maybe the people that he's running against just don't really catch people's eye.
Exactly. It's a whole.
So it's just like who's the more entertaining one, or who's the one that resonates more with me. Because Trump is something fresh. Like the other three are just like stereotypical political guys who are running for president.
Yep.
And Trump is different, as is Bernie. I think that's why both of them have such a huge following when it comes to internet peeps. Because they're walking memes. Both of them. See, if I see one more meme of Bernie getting arrested, it's just like, really? Same thing with Trump. If I see another meme with one of his gazillion quotes. So I feel like people have been quoting Trump.
How many quotes? He only got say a couple of things. That's what's so funny about it. Like people.
His whole Twitter account is a quote.
People don't even understand how brainwashed they are. It only takes one person to say a couple of things over and over again.
I mean, I would think anybody would think that's common sense. Like, look at the way Twitter and Facebook is. If the homepage of Twitter says something is trending, it's going to be trending because people are going to assume that it's trending, even though it may not be popular. They're going to put it on there, and people are going to click on it, which in turn will become trending. If you get what I'm saying,
then it will trend.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
See, I mean, it takes a lot. I feel like with people, you have to have that inclination to want to know these things and ask the right questions. You get what I'm saying? Because it's like, if you don't ask the right questions, then you'll always stay in the same place. If when you start asking questions, you start questioning.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to start momentarily.
Like you start digging deeper into things and deeper into the construct of a reality. Reality being the government being one of it. Oh, Trump is going to speak too? Oh, Trump speaking.
Is it Trump or Hillary?
I see Trump on the podium.
Are they already out?
I already put her on a small screen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We're going to start shortly.
Hillary. That's scary, man.
I don't think Hillary's going to... Is she going to speak?
She's supposed to be coming. I don't know what time.
I'm going to finish this up by 9 o'clock or 9:30. Oh, you know what I think? I think the USA we were hearing at Trump's rally.
No, that was Hillary's.
Oh.
There's Trump doing a press conference. He ain't speaking to like regular people. He usually does a press conference after primaries.
America in itself is an extension of Europe. If you think about it, if you really want to go into it.
To a certain extent, it is.
America is literally an experiment that ended up resulting in bigger results than it was initially supposed to be. It's like I feel like with America, it's like a farmer being told potentially, like in a desert, like it's being sent to a desert, telling them that somewhere out there's an oil pipe somewhere. And them going there and actually striking on the first try. Because they weren't expecting them to come back with anything. Because basically what they sent over here was a whole bunch of criminals to basically man the ship and see if there's actually land there to begin with.
America was founded on a whim, but then it was colonized on a business plan. And then the people that colonized America got tired of the business plan, and they went against the homeland, resulting in what we got today.
I think because those industries were very, how do you say, slow paced? Like they weren't as innovative as technology is right now, where it's evolving in such a rapid state.
Yeah.
Because the industries that they had back then lasted for decades on decades on decades, and we can't even get an iPhone to last for a couple months.
Check 1, 2, check. Right. Final malt test. All good? Check 1, 2, check 1. Final malt box test. Good feed?
Let me talk to these guys here.
Check 1, 2. Thank you.
Bro, you ain't got no sign.
Hi everyone, Kinsey here. I've just taken over for Mike. We are waiting for either Hillary or Trump to take the stage. You can see people taking photos in front of the Trump podium on the larger screen and dancing in the corner box. Hillary Clinton people dancing in the corner box. Let's see. I did see an interesting story.
Oh man, I was saying
breaking news.
Was I the only one who took the Pope speaking to the UN people and visiting all these scientists?
Michigan, the Democrat side is too close to call.
One of our users on
Donald
Facebook
Trump
actually just posted a comment. I'm going to go ahead and pull it up.
That's just it.
Yeah. Let's see here.
I did see this interesting headline written at about 2:30 that only 300 people showed up for a Marco Rubio rally in Tampa, where they were expecting 5,000 people.
Why does she sound so unenthusiastic?
Tweeted only 300 people showed up to Rubio rally.
Oh, what I was saying was, did you take the Pope speaking to the UN as a sign of like the world transitioning into
Donald Trump had 11
changing into something that it will never come back from?
Rubio Tampa rally, WTS.
Because no Pope has ever done that. No Pope in history has ever spoken to politicians or gone out into these countries and spoken to these leaders like how this Pope is doing right now.
Could be finished. 10 News, WTS.
We had a Pope retire after what, 2-3 years of service?
Check 1 2.
That's unheard of.
The senator is putting it all on the line this week.
Check 1 2. Testing 1 2.
Jesus coming. Jesus coming soon.
People, I mean, I ain't gonna get on that.
What would you do if you saw him coming down? What would you say? What would go through your mind?
The only thing I would say is about damn time. Me personally, I don't even think that shit is real. Matter of fact, I know it ain't real. But
for me,
when it happens, I'll be here and I'll say, you know what? It's about damn time. I got some questions for your ass.
What do you think? I mean, we're dealing with entities of a different dimension, so he could have been gone for like a minute, but to us, it's like thousands of years.
It won't be a minute when he come back and say, yo, what the fuck is going on here?
No.
This shit is all fucked up.
Exactly. Thank you, Alex, for joining us today. We can't see you, but we know you're in the room, so thank you so much for joining us. I'm going to go ahead and put the press conference stream on right now again. All right. Let's see here. I'm really curious to know which campaign is playing Taylor Swift right now.
That's really.
What do you guys think is on Trump's playlist on Spotify? What do you think he listens to?
The Death March.
You think? You think he's that dramatic, or he just needs theme music?
The Imperial Death March from Star Wars.
I think he might. You never know. He might surprise us. Listen to some Drake. Some Waka.
All right.
He would win some millennials like that. Just be like, Trump's a cool dad. He's cool. It's just like, I don't know. To me, I feel like he just sits in a coffin, levitates during the day, sleeps, and has like Dracula music playing in the background of his life.
But he only sleeps 4 hours.
Do you have the CNN page up as well?
The CNN page, no, but we can get that to work. What are you seeing something on CNN that you'd like to talk about?
I'm looking at CNN now, and I'm seeing the results come in by county.
Mm-hmm.
There are about 100 counties in the state of Michigan, and Clinton has decisively won one of them. Yeah. Clinton has won one of about the 100 counties in the state of Michigan. She has won Oakland County, 77,000 to 74,000 over Sanders, with 71% of the vote in, and he leads 47% to 50% in the state in general.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at Wayne County. Let me find it. I'm looking at Wayne County, and the results are starting to come in, but Sanders was leading by just 4 votes. So I wanted to tell your listeners that your vote does count, and that the people of Michigan have spoken tonight, and your vote matters very, very much.
Thank you so much.
Alex, do you still think? Are you still thinking that Clinton can overhead Sanders in Michigan?
I'm sorry. Can I just hear that again?
Are you still thinking that? I think that Clinton may overhead Sanders in Michigan.
Hold on, Pro. I think it's.
Yeah, it's just the feed is just a little muffled.
You need to kill this video.
There we go.
For the moment, yeah.
I can hear you much better.
Yeah, Alex, I just wanted to say I still think that Clinton may just overhead Sanders in Michigan. There is still a possibility for that, or no?
I would say that is an impossibility at this point. Senator Sanders has always performed really, really well in rural parts of the state. He's so far won every single rural county in Michigan. He has lost, or appears that he will lose, the Detroit area, which is the most densely populated area in Michigan. The Lansing votes are still yet to come in, as are a lot of rural votes as well. The northern part of Michigan has still not come in. But if history is any example of how his results have come in before, he will win Michigan, and it looks like he'll win it decisively. I have 71% of the vote in the Detroit area, and it looks like Clinton will win that, but it looks like she'll lose probably every other, or almost every other county in the state. And the ones that she is winning, she's up by 1%. Right now I'm looking at Elkona County, where Clinton leads by 7 votes with 100% of the vote in.
Where you can see this? What the source you're looking at?
Go to CNN.com. And
on CNN. Okay.
And they are updating it in real time. So if you go to CNN.com and click politics. Oh, you don't even need to do that. You know what? You don't even need to do that. CNN.com, on the front page to the right of the screen, there's Michigan. Click the...
Yeah. I found already.
Yep.
I found this already.
Sure. And if your listeners are interested, you just click that arrow and then click the D on that page, and that'll take you to the Democratic side of things. Of course, the reality TV is happening with the Republican side, so for anybody that's more interested in that.
Oh, yes.
I understand that Trump is prepared to challenge Kasich to a cage match should he lose. Just kidding.
For Kasich, I don't think there is other way around.
No. It's a blowout. Trump, yeah, it's a blowout for Trump. He's gonna take this one easily.
Of course. So, okay, I see that Mississippi already, results already, they counted almost all votes. And Michigan still in the process, they're still finalizing the last.
They are. It was a pretty easy call that Clinton would take Mississippi. That's okay.
Oh, yes. Nothing unexpected regarding Mississippi. It's true. Yes. We actually had Bernie today here in Miami, and we live streamed some piece from there. So it was pretty big crowd. But again, Miami it's not it's like I don't know. It cannot be compared with Michigan because it's definitely different, because we have here, of course, a lot of Latino words, but also Black words. So a lot of people like me from Russia, friends from. It's like a really international hub compared with Michigan. But in Michigan, it's pretty big Muslim community.
Sure. Yep. They were talking about that earlier on the news today to see. They were curious to see where the Muslim vote would go in the Democratic race.
And what is it? What the projection is?
They seem to be projected leaning Sanders, and the black vote also seemed to be leaning Sanders as well.
Wow.
In Michigan.
It should be, because previously it was just ridiculous how black voters like ignored Sanders, especially his like background, his participation in civil rights movement. It was like absolutely, people like really don't know the history, their own history, not some other countries, just about the US. So was so much, like, I don't know, I was really surprised.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. So they are waiting Trump, and of course nobody going to broadcast Sanders, or maybe they will.
They will, only if he wins. Yeah, they do their best to ignore him as best they can, but what are you gonna do?
Oh yes. Yeah, I remember how they broadcasted him after he won, I don't know, not Maine, but before Maine. They broadcasted like it was a screen divided on two parts, and the biggest part was dedicated for running commercial, and at the same time, like simultaneously, they broadcasted the Sanders speech. It was like real like blow in the face, like oh my god. So without any hesitation, like get it. Okay. Oh, I see. Bernie even strongest enhanced his results. It's already 52%.
52? Let me check myself.
Really good.
Yeah.
Really good.
You're from Russia?
Originally from Russia, yeah.
My brother studied intelligence in Moscow for a year recently.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
The Messiah's about to take the podium.
The Messiah's about to take the podium right now, apparently, for the Republican Party.
Yeah. Let's listen to him, what he was about to say.
Sure.
Had so many horrible things said about me in 1 week. $38 million worth of horrible lies, but that's okay. It shows you how brilliant the public is, because they knew they were lies, and it was just really amazing to watch. And to get these kind of numbers where they call them immediately is just something very special. So I want to thank the public. I want to thank the people of Michigan. I want to thank the people of Mississippi. And it is such a great honor. And it's also really wonderful to have you at Trump National Golf Club. Jack Nicklaus did this. It's a Jack Nicklaus signature course. It's a great resort and place. And we have a lot of our members here, I see. And
free advertising, why not?
Jack Nicklaus is a special man, and he did a special job, and we love Jack. And we have another special man, Paul O'Neill of the Yankees. Come and stand up, Paul. Paul.
This guy's so smart,
Paul, you originally come from Ohio.
He's climbing for Yankee fans now, too.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
Paul O'Neill of the Yankees. Hey, Paul, you come from Ohio?
Yeah.
Do you endorse me?
Win.
It's gonna be a front.
I love you.
It's only like
thank you.
Friends
Wow.
of the friends.
That's a great endorsement from Ohio.
You can't sit with us.
Thank you. He's great. It looks like you go out there right now. So I just wanted to tell you that it was really an interesting week, an amazing week. I want to congratulate a lot of people, and including the candidates. I mean, this is not easy stuff. When you're doing this, it's pretty wild. And I must tell you, it's very, very important as a Republican that our senators and that our congressmen get reelected that we put a good group of people together, that we keep the people that are there. We have some terrific people. Not all of them are on my side, but we have some terrific people. And it's very, very important. If we're going to be effective, it's very, very important.
See, he says that because he doesn't want to be
happy about is
too closely associated with the
turnout has been just massive for every week.
He likes being the outcast.
Whether it's South Carolina or
that's how he gets the young people.
Started pretty much with New Hampshire, and it really Iowa. No matter where you go, it's records. I think it's actually the single biggest story in politics today. It's what's happening at the booth. The tremendous number of people that are coming out to vote. Some of the states are getting, in fact, one has 102% increase over 4 years ago. It's amazing, 102%. On average, you're talking about probably more than 50. You're talking about millions and millions of people.
Can you hear me still?
Whereas the Democrats are down 35%. They're down from what they were.
For sure.
If this were Bernie, it would say onward and upward, on to the next state. We're going to keep spreading our message of empowering the middle class. With Donald Trump, it's me, me, me. Look how much they like me here. Look how much they like me there.
Look how much.
Yes.
Look, come to my golf course.
Only everything
I know the Yankees are
self-admiration. It's narcissism. Like gold for narcissism. That's it.
The foundation of social media in itself. So he's tapping into all those people, man.
Yes.
People love to say how great they are on social media. So smart guy. All right, so let's go back and see what else Messiah Trump is saying.
Never voted Republican, who have never even thought about it, and they came and they voted Republican. And I'll tell you another group of people that I've seen, and I'll be signing autographs after a speech, and we'll be talking to people. And I've had many, many people say,
did you just say
it was a beautiful thing to hear it. Mr. Trump, I'm 67 years old. Many people. I'm 67 years old. I've never, ever voted before. I've never come close to voting before. This is the first time I'll ever vote. And that's so amazing. It's so amazing. And they do it with such spirit. So it's really great. I want to thank the journalists and the lobbyists.
Like everything, like because people just clamor to him anytime there's any type of situation happening.
Around these numbers. I mean, we're close to 50 and 40 and but I want to congratulate them because to raise that much money that quickly is a pretty good feat, right? Do we agree? Now, many of them are my friends, but they just have to gamble. You know, they have to do it. I want to thank Paul Ryan. He called me a couple of days ago. He could not have been nicer. He was very encouraging.
He's thinking of 8 more points.
Great respect.
At one point, he was at 1%.
Great respect. Ted Cruz is interesting because he's always, he's always saying, I'm the only one that can beat Donald Trump. You have to vote for Donald Trump, and you're going to vote for Donald Trump, and you're going to be miserable. You have to vote for me. But he's the only one that can beat Donald Trump. And I've heard it so many times. And I said, but he never beats me. Take a look. He never beats me. Meaning he rarely beats me. The fact is that we're going to do well. Ted is going to have a hard time. When he gets to certain states, he's going to have a hard time. One of the things we get up to New York, I'm going to do great. We get to New Jersey, I'm going to do great. Chris Christie's here someplace, and the governor of New Jersey, great prosecutor. I watched what he did to Marco. Where's Chris? He's around here somewhere. And he's my great prosecutor, and really, when he came to call him, he said, "I've seen this amazing thing."
For anyone interested,
many people have called it a movement. 4 covers in the last 3.5 months on Time Magazine, and many people.
Wait, she took the lead from Sanders.
Part of that movement's what I said.
No. Sanders leads by 5.5 points in Michigan.
Nice.
Really close. But
perfect. Thank you for that, Alex. See, this is what I like. Users bringing in the information and we all working as a team. This is perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and look back and see what Mr. Trumpy is saying.
Again, folks, we're going to have borders. We're going to have the wall. We're going to have borders. And people are going to come to the country, and they're going to come into the country, and they're going to be very happy, but they're coming in legally. They have to come in legally. Mitt Romney got up and made a speech the other day. No, it's okay.
I mean, I'm not too against people coming into the country legally.
I don't know. I understand. Look, it's hard. But a wall is and then you get to the final.
Well, we need a wall.
Get over it. It's all right. He did make some statements, and I brought some things up because he said water company is gone. I said it is. I didn't know that. I have very successful companies. Let me just explain. I'm going to do this in about 2 seconds, but I filed with the federal elections 100 pages, almost 100 pages that many of the press have gone down and seen, and they were all very, very impressed. I built a great, great company. I have very low debt. I have assets like this. This is owned 100% by me with no debt. You've seen Mar-a-Lago, and that's a 100% by me with no debt. I have Trump International, where you were last week, 100% by me and no debt. You look at Doral, where we just had the major championship. I've been having a lot of partners with Related on numerous jobs on the beach, very successful partners with Gil and Michael Desser on the beach, massive buildings. Nobody ever talks about this stuff. And, many, many jobs in New York, including the city on the west side from 72nd to 59th Street on the Hudson River. One of the most successful projects ever built in real estate. The Bank of America building a big chunk out of it in San Francisco. 1290 Avenue there. There's many, many things. And Mitt got up, and he really shouldn't have done it. It wasn't becoming, honestly. And he talked about the water company. Well, there's the water company. I mean, we sell water, and we have water, and it's a very successful, it's a private little water company, and I supply the water for all my places.
We're going to listen to this for a little bit, and then we're going to start talking with each other afterwards, okay?
We have Trump steaks.
All your points.
He said the steak company, and we have Trump steaks. And by the way, if you want to take one, we'll charge you about, what, $50 a steak? Now, we have Trump magazine.
You heard that loud ass laugh, Alex?
Yeah.
He's mentioning the steaks.
He said Trump magazine is out. I said, it is? I thought I read one 2 days ago. This comes out, and it's called The Jewel of Palm Beach, and it goes to all of my clubs. I've had it for many years, and the magazine is great. Anybody want one here? Take one. My club champion. So, and the airline, by the way, I sold the airline. He said Trump Airline. Well, I sold the airline, and I actually made a great deal. Complicated, and in really terrible times, the economy was horrible. I made a phenomenal deal. I had the shuttle, and I sold it. So I'm hearing about all of these things. And by the way, Trump University, we're holding it. When I win the lawsuit, which
Alex,
Rubio did an ad the other day. He had 2 or 3 people, and the 3 people were saying, it was so terrible. The reason I didn't settle every one of these people, in fact, we sent them out, and the reporters don't like to report it, but we sent their letters out, their report cards. Their report cards were all excellent. Beautiful statements. We love it. You can't settle cases when the person suing you has given you letters and in some cases tapes saying how great it is. It was a very nice thing. So we're putting it on hold. If I become president, that means Ivanka, Don, Eric, and my family will start it up. But we have a lot of great people want to get back into Trump University. It's going to do very well, and it will continue to do very well. But we have a lawsuit
White House edition.
Trying to get, we have one of these class action lawyers, and it's ridiculous. But we'll win that lawsuit. And I just want to explain.
I'd watch it.
And the United States should be this. I don't settle lawsuits. Very rare. Because once you settle lawsuits, everybody sues you. Very simple. It's like business. I teach it. When you settle lawsuits, it's easier to settle. Sometimes it's cheaper to settle. But once you settle, I had a friend taught me a long time ago. He was sued very rarely, and everybody else in the same business was sued all the time. He said, Donald, I never settle. The lawyers learn you don't settle, they don't sue. So I don't settle lawsuits. When I watch these banks, they're settling lawsuits all the time. They get paid $40 million a year, a banker. And then he settles lawsuits with governments and other people, giving billions and billions of dollars. I don't do it. So when I saw the different things, and by the way, the winery, you see the wine, because he mentioned Trump vodka. It's the largest winery on the East Coast.
Listening to you?
No mortgage, no debt, no check. You have to go check the records, folks. In fact, the press. I mean, Alex, are you an insider? John Kluge. He was the richest man in the United States. He died. And he built one of the great vineyards of all time. I mean, there is nothing like it. Close to 2,000 acres.
So you want to mention vodka?
Charlottesville, Virginia, right next to the Thomas Jefferson Memorial. And we're very proud of it. We make the finest wine, as good a wine as you can get anywhere in the world. And I know the press is extremely honest, so I won't offer them any, but if they want, they can take a bottle of wine home. The members have plenty, right? The members have plenty. But we have one of the greatest, actually, I believe it's the largest vineyard and the largest winery on the East Coast. And so I wanted to put that to rest. So you have the water, you have the steaks, you have the airline that I sold. I mean, what's wrong with selling? Every once in a while you can sell something.
Bail business.
You have the wines and all of that. In Trump University, we're going to start it up as soon as I win the lawsuit. Does that make sense? I mean, that's it. Okay. And I want to thank my friend Paul O'Neill, because that to me is a big deal. I had such respect. When Paul was a Yankee, he just didn't make mistakes. Tough, smart. We could use him right now. And he just didn't make mistakes. I love that kind of a guy. I think what this shows, really more than anything else, is that advertising is not as important. It really isn't as important as competence. Because there has never been more money spent on advertising than political on me. And between that and people saying things, and Lindsey Graham goes, and he's a nasty person. First of all, he's wrong on the military. This is why he said, I've been doing this for 15 years. That's right. We've been fighting a war for 15 years with this kind of thinking. I mean, if you're going to fight a war, win the war, and let's get back to rebuilding our country, okay? But Lindsey Graham, I mean, he's been so nasty. I think he's probably a nice guy, but he's been so nasty. I watch him. I said, man, does he hate Donald Trump? And I watch him. And if you think about it, every single person that's attacked me has gone down. Okay? I don't want to mention names. Let's not mention names. Okay? They're out. They're gone. But you can take a look at virtually every single person. He started off with 17. They're down to 4. Of the 4, they're pretty much all gone. Okay, pretty much. They didn't do so well tonight, folks. Okay, I'm not going to say anybody didn't do well. They didn't do well. There's only one person did well tonight, Donald Trump. I will tell you. Still. I mean, it was actually amazing. I was impressed. And even Megyn Kelly said, boy, Donald Trump really did well tonight. Thank you, Megyn. Thank you. That was a very unusual. I was shocked, actually, to hear that. But that was very nice. And Charles Krauthammer said that. He was very, very nice. Thank you, Charles. It's about time. I've been waiting like 5 years, Charles. But it is true. I mean, I have had such hostility. Like with Lindsey, he was at 7. He attacked me, and we took him down to 0. He leaves in disgrace. He then goes to his own state. And they do a poll in South Carolina. He endorses somebody else. And the poll in South Carolina has me at 47, him at 2. And he's a sitting senator. And then he went down from there. And you know what? I don't like to bring it up, but I tell you, it's enough, Lindsey. Just relax, go home, relax for a little while. Everyone knows you take this big defeat. And the problem is the press never calls them out. They go to this horrible defeat. And then they go and they start immediately on the attack, and it's like he never ran and made a fool out of himself. At what point do you call people out? So I call people out. But it is true. They've attacked me viciously, and every single one who's attacked me is gone. And I'm very proud of that because that's what we should have for our country. That's what we should have. ISIS should not be beating us. We don't win anymore. We don't win with our military. We don't win with healthcare. We don't win with anything. And we should be in a position where ISIS is dictating terms. And, the other day at one of the debates, the one before last, they asked Lion Ted. I call him Lion Ted. He holds the Bible high, and then he goes down, he puts the Bible down, and then he lies. Lion Ted. He'll say, I'm the only one that beat Donald Trump. I said it before. I beat him. But he doesn't say, yeah, he won like 4, and I won like 12 or 13, right? He forgets the other part. But Lion Ted, and when they say the evangelicals, because in fact, I was watching Carl, And they said how great I did with the evangelicals, and everyone was a little surprised. I'm a very good Christian. And, you know, they're chipping away at Christianity. And we're not going to let that happen anymore, folks. I'll tell you. And a lot of times I'll say it at the rallies around Christmas time, we're going to start saying Merry Christmas again. You know, they don't say it anymore. The department stores don't put it up. We're going to start saying it again. But they're chipping away at Christianity, and we just can't do it. And I'll tell you, with the evangelicals, they get it. They get it. They get me. They understand me. I'll be the best thing that ever happened to them. I mean that 100%. And they don't like the way Ted talks, and they don't like the fact that he truly does lie. And I actually lies badly. And I was actually, interestingly, little Marco helped me a lot. Because what Marco did is in one of the debates, he screamed across me. I've been in the center from the beginning, right? Never out of center. In fact, I always like an odd number, because with the odd number, I'm in the center. With an even number, like last week, I hated it because we had 4 people, so I'm not in the center. So we should always keep it odd numbers, right? So we're right in the center. But I've been in the center for every single debate. But Marco helped me a lot, because he called Ted a liar. He said, "You're a liar." That's the first time. Look, I know politicians better than anybody. They're liars, okay? They're serious liars. More importantly, they'll never get you to the promised land, ever. They'll never get you to the promised land. They won't do it, because they're controlled by the special interests. They're controlled by the people that put up all this money for them to run. They're controlled. You know how much money was spent in the last week on me? And do you know how many times they were asking, despite the fact that they're not supposed to be talking to their super PAC? Carl, fellas, let me ask you a question. How many times do you think Marco and Ted and all of them were calling their super PAC? Is that right? It's called life. That's the way life works. They talk to their super PAC. They're not supposed to, but that's the way life works. So we are going to do something. I think we're going to clean the slate. I think we're going to do really well in Florida. It's my second home. I love Florida. I love Florida. I love Florida. It's a special place. And I think we're going to do really well. I think we're going to do really well in Ohio. Now that I have Paul,
he's always down here.
I know I'm going to win Ohio.
That's
what I love Ohio. I have so many friends in Ohio. It's an amazing place.
He may not like the people, but he likes the state.
We're going to go have a lot of fun. And then what we're going to do is we're going to beat Hillary Clinton. And we're going to beat her bad. And I think one of the things, and then we'll take some questions, but one of the things that really I add that's very different, you know, we always talk about the 5 and sometimes 6, but the 5 states that you have to get, whether it's Ohio or Pennsylvania or Florida. You know, if you don't get one, because the Republicans structurally, it's much tougher. It's much tougher for a Republican to win the presidency, like by a factor of 5. But I add things that nobody else can do. I have a chance of New York. Now, can you imagine if you won as big as New York, all of those delegates? Upstate New York, I poll higher than anybody ever, because they are really in trouble up there. And they know that I would have done things, they wouldn't be in trouble right now if they would have taken my advice, but they're really in trouble. But I'll get Michigan. I mean, I'm going to get Michigan, because we're going to bring the car industry back. We're going to take it back. We're going to bring the car industry back into Michigan. I'm going to win Michigan. It's never even a question. When these candidates are talking about running, it's never even a question. Michigan's not something they even talk about. I'll win New Jersey. I'll win Ohio. I'll win Florida. I'll win Virginia. I have great properties in Virginia. Charlottesville, we just talked, winery. On the Potomac River, we have one of the great places in the world. I have 600 acres on the Potomac River, one of the great pieces of property in the world. Oh my God, he is a very successful place. You know, I have a lot of employees in Virginia. And it seems that when I have something in a location, like when I'm in Virginia and I have a lot of employees, I have great places, Florida, where I have Doral. Doral was great last week with Adam Scott. 2 days ago, Adam Scott. How good was that? He was a great young man, and the way he won the tournament, the Cadillac World Championship. But when you have property in a state, it means you love the state. It means you have a lot of employees. You pay these employees. You take care of their health care. You take care of their education for their families. You take care of so many things. And you just do well. So I think I'm going to do great there, and I think I'm going to do great in Ohio. And I really look forward to it. I'm going to be working very hard between the two and Illinois. I mean, I have one of the greatest buildings in the world. I mean, Chicago, I have one of the greatest buildings, rated the #1 hotel in North America. And I'm very proud of it. It's a great, right on the river. And it's a great building. And maybe that's where we have our next news conference. And, maybe we'll do it right in Chicago. Let's see what the press has to ask, and we'll then go home and we'll go celebrate a lot of victories. Yes, go ahead. CBS.
All right, you want to talk about this guy?
For sure.
Republican nominee.
Yes, please. Get 3.
All right. So I heard, Alex, you made a lot of good points in regards to Trump's failed businesses, and Wes had a couple things to say to it, but because of the video, there was a lot of noise. So go ahead, tell us, how do you feel about Trump going business by business, explaining each situation? Do you think, does that solidify your stance at this point, with maybe he was telling the truth?
Is that directed at me?
Yes.
Sure. No, that's a far cry from being accurate, and I'd be happy to give a few examples if you'd like to hear.
Please do. Go ahead.
Sure. Let's start at the top with Trump Airlines that he claimed to have sold. Is that what he said? I sold Trump Airlines. Nothing wrong with selling a business. I agree with that. Certainly not. If you can turn, a big profit on a business that you've succeeded in starting, and you want to sell it for a profit, then you go for it.
Mm-hmm.
What he failed to mention is that Trump Airlines never made a profit, not once. It defaulted on its loans and was sold to creditors after zero profit on his luxury airline.
Are you aware of this, Wes? About his airlines?
Yep. Matter of fact, he lost the airlines in a bankruptcy.
Yep. He had to default on the loans that he took out for $350 million, and the bank was sold to creditors at a loss. He mentioned Trump University, which is a fake college. It's not even real. Many of the people that paid the tuition of $33,000 were granted nothing more than a photo with a cardboard cutout of Donald Trump. That one has got to be my favorite.
Don't forget his autograph.
Oh, you got the autograph. That's true. Trump Magazine, which he held up an issue of, that's his own personal issue. It must be, because Trump Magazine was pulled from the shelves in 2007 after in 2009, rather. It started in 2007, ended in 2009 after the recession, and he had to cease publication for it. There's Trump Casinos, which is one of my personal favorites. He owned 3 casinos, filed for bankruptcy for the 4th time in 2014.
He loves doing that, doesn't he?
Loves filing for bankruptcy.
Could we just say that Trump is the best looper ever? Because he knows how to jump through those loops.
Absolutely.
Go ahead, though. Sorry, I just have to say that.
Oh, no, you're okay. And I can rattle off a couple others just off the top of my head. There's Trump Steaks, which was failed. Trump Vodka didn't meet distillation factors after he boasted that it would outsell Grey Goose and become the most consumed liquor in the United States. That failed in less than a year. GoTrump.com was a travel agency that failed in less than a year after losing out to Travelocity when that picked up more momentum. There's also failed Trump Mortgage, Trump the Board Game, which he tried twice, once in the 80s and once in the late 90s, I think. Both of them have been discontinued.
So you think he's just been reading up on The Secret and just uses his speech as like affirmations?
He's an order.
It's just like, if I say it enough times, like it'll come into my universe.
That's right. And history has given us a number of extremely gifted orators, people with the proverbial gift to gab.
Yeah.
Well, 2 that come to mind would be Niccolo Machiavelli and Adolf Hitler. 2 of history's finest orators. Although I don't really see Trump inspiring the masses so much as just angering them even farther into the depths of their own ignorance. But alas.
I was actually making Wes, after hearing these things, I know you're a big proponent in regards to Trump's business and businesses and how you said he knows the fixes in regards to getting this economy back and running, being as he comes from a business standpoint. How do you feel about hearing about his failed businesses right now with Trump Air, steak, vodka, games, hotels, casinos, magazines?
It makes me feel great because that means he's actually trying in this economy, and to have failed at so many things, but to still have such a large worth and still have such valuable properties and a thriving business means that it is possible. See, listen, losers and failures relish in the past. So for you to be able to focus on everything that he has failed at, but not mention that he is a successful business person, just lets me know where your mindset is. Of course, you're going to fail in business. Everybody's going to fail in business. Everybody who has tried business knows that you will fail at a business at one point in time. So the question is what businesses have you tried and failed at?
Alex, what do you have to say about that response?
I would say that I'm not running for president of the United States or to be commander-in-chief and run the biggest business in the civilized planet. Trump has proven over 20 plus years that he will fail time and time and time again.
And you don't want to use America as collateral, basically.
That's exactly right. He has two extremely successful businesses. One of them is Trump Towers, New York City. The other is Trump Towers, Chicago. Or Trump International Tower in Chicago. His net worth of 10 billion, his self-proclaimed net worth of 10 billion, is nowhere near accurate. If his net worth is over $1 billion, I would be surprised. But he wants to take, and we just listed 10 failed businesses since the year 2000. He fails time and time and time again. He was given and I'm quoting here, I was given a small loan of $1 million by my parents after I graduated.
Yes, exactly.
I mean, to be fair though, would $1 million seem small for like a billionaire though? $1 million is Trump change to them. So maybe he correlated in that perspective of his mind. Like,
I think it just speaks even further to the fact of how out of touch he is with the American middle class, which make up 99% of this country's population, and he is out of touch with 99% of this country's population. I completely subscribe to if at first you don't succeed, try again. I'm okay with that logic. What I'm not okay with is giving the reins of the country to a repeated failed businessman who has a track record of continuous
filing bankruptcy at this. I mean, at least fail to fail. I mean, this guy seems to
five times.
He's like, and you know what? The economy is structured in a way so that they have the room to fail in big business because they have these loopholes where they can just file for corporate welfare or corporate like bankruptcy and then end up just starting another one, just writing it off like it's whatever, not taking any losses.
For somebody to have gone through bankruptcy 4 or 5 times is perfect for us because our country is fucking bankrupt.
What do you have to say about that, Alex? Do you feel like, because Wes made the point of saying that he feels like Trump's experience with dealing with bankruptcy is best fit for America, being as America has been spiraling into bankruptcy.
What I'm hearing from Wes right now is our country is a failure, so let's give it to a failure.
Is that what you're saying, Wes?
I don't know. Is that what I said, Kevin?
I'm asking. Is that what
country?
No, is that what I said?
I'm paraphrasing what you said. Our country is bankrupt, so we'll give it to a bankrupt.
I didn't say anything about giving it to anybody. I just said for somebody who's gone through bankruptcy 4 or 5 times, that's perfect for a country that's bankrupt. I didn't say anything about giving.
Luckily, our country is not in bankruptcy. The city of Detroit is bankrupt, which don't even ask me how that can happen. That's right. Systematically dismantling the middle class in the Reagan administration and creating an endless cycle of generational poverty in the black community in Michigan. That's how that happened.
Alex,
well, thank you very much for the GOP.
Thank you. And oh my goodness. It's all literally like, I always tell people all the time, when it comes to America, we are like rats in a maze that's been structured by it. And they don't force you to do things, but the way the maze is structured, it's like you have only one means of getting out of it and following the path in which they lay out for you, unless you break the walls down and escape from that bubble or maze that you're in. I feel like.
To Wes, I would say I don't want to fight with you, but I very much want to argue with you.
Yes.
I really want to debate this. I would.
Okay, question, because it's all fine and dandy. I don't mind arguing. I don't even mind debating. I don't even mind conversating. But are we going to sit here and talk about Donald Trump? Or are we going to sit here and talk about issues? Because if you want to talk about Donald Trump, I'll let you do that all day. Sounds like you know more about Donald Trump than you know
about the issues.
Oh, okay. So, Alex, I mean, it seems like what Wes is asking on whether or not you want to talk about real issues or you just want to talk about Trump's track record.
No, I want to talk about the issues. But if you're going to vote for Donald Trump, I'd certainly like to know what
he's done in his past.
How he feels about the issues, because he hasn't said one word about it. Well, let me tell you where I'm at. This is the issue most affecting me. Okay. I'm 27. I struggled with addiction in my early 20s and dropped out of community college. Okay. I couldn't afford to go anymore. I was down a bad path, hanging with the wrong crowd. Okay. Now I take some years to get my proverbial shit together and then hit the books again. And now I'm back in school. I'm at a relatively prestigious 4-year university right now.
Congrats, by the way.
Thank you very much. Pursuing a double doctorate's degree in literature, linguistics, and foreign languages, okay? Whoa. I can't afford that now. So the issue that is most appealing to me is the issue of education reform, which Bernie Sanders hits on all chords as far as I'm concerned. Donald Trump, Marco Rubio would have you pay more in tuition, would have you take out more in student.
Oh, I like this graphic.
Donald Trump thinks that the minimum wage is too high right now. That's a big problem. I can't afford to work and go to school full time. So I need to take out.
We're back on Trump again. We're back on Trump. So now the question is because you're in school now.
Yeah.
And Bernie is talking to you. The question is when do you think school will be free?
Even if it doesn't happen for me, and I don't expect it to, knowing that the next generation won't have to struggle like I'm doing currently.
Alex, are we twins?
We might be.
Like literally, honestly, that's how I feel too.
I understand that. Now the question is because nobody has an income to pay for anything now, right?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Who is going to have the income to pay for all this free school? If the problem now is people are coming out of school with no jobs, and in 4 years they're promising free school, who is going to have money coming into their pockets to be able to pay more in taxes to provide free school for people?
Well, I'm glad you asked that. The money is already there. The money needs to be the tax money needs to be reallocated into the appropriate the appropriate places here. Maybe we could not spend $12 billion a month on a war effort overseas and reallocate some of that tax money.
I agree.
Bravo.
I agree.
That's sensible, I feel like.
And there's one other thing.
But guys, don't forget, sorry for interruption, but don't forget, once we stop care about military, we know that how much America owes to the war, especially to the China.
$19 trillion.
Yes.
Oh, so Kirill's sitting on a point. You think they're trying to distract us from the real issue of the real debtor that we owe?
Yeah, but because, listen, for now, only because the military, nobody even claimed that debt, but it's just around the corner.
Giving us a little spoiler alert for what's to come. But Wes, what do you feel about Alex's statements?
That's very true. I have no friends in the war effort. To me, my stance on government is simple. The government is to protect the people and regulate the markets. It's very simple. So we're supposed to have a very strong military. Are we supposed to be fighting wars for other people? Definitely not. Are we supposed to be protecting people for free? Definitely not.
We don't disagree there.
Should we have presence in other people's countries? Depends, but mostly not. So for whatever budget they got going on with the government, they need to work that out. I can't say, I honestly don't believe we should be over there protecting whoever it is that we're protecting for whatever odd reasons we're protecting and fighting people. Like I said, American people don't even know who we're fighting. So that's a big.
That's true. That's true. I can agree with you.
And when they want to call it, on you, they'll call it a gotcha moment. When they ask who is El Shabib or who is what's the difference between the Sunnis and the Shiites and stuff like that. They'll call that a gotcha moment, even to our politicians. There's so many you can't even keep it straight. We don't even know where we are.
They don't even know what they're doing. So that's like the war efforts definitely should be cut down. But as far as us building our military and having up-to-date equipment, decent phones that work in the places that are supposed to protect us, I don't see a problem there.
No, I'll tell you this. I know that I come off sounding like a crazy hippie liberal.
No, you don't.
Lunatic. But I do believe in a strong military, and I do believe that the United States should continue to have the strongest military on the planet. That makes me feel safe when I go to sleep at night, and I feel like the threat of global terrorism is a very real threat.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if I had heard myself saying that as an 18-year-old studying 9/11 conspiracies on YouTube at 2:00 in the morning, I'd probably have a stroke. But I digress. So, Wes, have you ever heard of the Wall Street speculation tax?
Yeah, that's a tax that's gonna hurt everybody more than they think.
What was that?
You broke up a little bit, Wes. Repeat that.
That's a tax that's gonna kill a lot of people.
Oh, it's not going to kill anybody. It's a smaller tax, actually, at rates of like a fraction of a percent on Wall Street that trades on like financial things like stocks and bonds, derivatives, futures, options, credit defaults, and that kind of thing. When you have Wall Street, okay, so when you have a transaction like that, if it's a bond or a stock market exchange over X amount of dollars, that will now be taxed up to 80%. And when I say X amount of dollars, I mean somewhere in the tens of millions.
That's reasonable.
That's Bernie's proposed plan for free public college, for free 4-year university. That is where that money would come from Wall Street speculation taxes, which would...
Brian.
Speaking of Wall Street,
I am upset with you, Brian. I have not seen you.
Here's the problem with taxing Wall Street, especially transactions in Wall Street. That's where everybody's retirement is.
So no. These are individual taxes by the top 0.01%. No, like people's retirements and stuff, those are all held in mutual funds. You and I take $2,000 and we invest with another 50 people investing $2,000, and it's a low risk, long-term stock exchange. That's where people keep their retirement funds. That's a sound investment. Something like that would never be taxed to that superfluous degree. It's these tens of $1 million single transactions that occur on Wall Street by the billionaire class that he's proposing that be taxed.
It's getting hot in here, you guys. You guys have me taking off my clothes and everything now. It's heated up in here.
Let's go with the Glass-Steagall Act already.
Yeah.
So, are you a Bernie? I know Brian doesn't support any of them. Actually, he just wants to sweep everything away and just start fresh.
No, well, just keep. No, not really, not that. No, it's just no. It's not like I'm trying to, not in those terms. I think we just have to return. We have to really understand what the economy is that our country's is actually should be established. Establishing ourselves as an economic-based powerhouse again, and I think I have to. It's all like how do you bring back the education to the citizenry? They don't like people who talk the way I do, and the way I talk is I literally have to tell people the truth, and people just don't like to hear that. And so we're entering in a realm of people who are on the verge of psychosis. Donald Trump is a psychotic asshole, and that's what he is. And so that's
just to be frank. Oh my goodness, Brian.
Well, that's the truth, and I think I think today it's sort of like, where is the country heading into if we tolerate any of these candidates as being president, any type of these, well, idiots. I mean, quite frankly, all of them are just not capable of handling the job in office. That's the problem. And I expect people to get mad at me because that's the world we're living in. Look, I mean, an example is you hear people saying, I don't like any of them, but I have to choose one of them. And then I tell them, why do you have to choose someone you don't like? Like, this is the world that people have to understand that we're living in. I think they should actually say, I'm not going to elect anyone. And anybody who tells me that I'm not being democratic by not giving up my vote to one of these idiots, they have to understand that anybody who's electing these idiots, they're committing a treasonous action against the United States. So in other words, I want a country that does not believe in a Wall Street derivatives bubble lie economy. I want a country that actually understands that we have to build a powerhouse called a production of labor in a workable way to tell people that this is the future and not Wall Street speculative derivatives, which is in $2 quadrillion, and bailing that out or letting them write the laws for them to bail us in, and any of this crap that goes on Wall Street. Wall Street.
How do you fix this though, Brian? You said you're not voting for anyone, so like how does one go about making change?
I think Brian would be very satisfied with living in Iceland, who just overthrew their government in favor of exactly what he's talking about now.
Maybe we should do that. I think maybe we need. I'm kind of glad that Trump is running because I feel like it gives a mouthpiece to the America that we knew has always been there, but has kept quiet. I feel like a lot of people feel the way Trump does, but are scared to say it because they know they have people like myself and you and whoever who doesn't take ignorant shit. You're not gonna like say something ignorant about somebody talk ignorant about somebody about something they can't help. So we're gonna call them out on it. And Trump just speaks his mind. He doesn't like Muslims. He wants to ban all of them. So he says it. And there's people that feel that way and feel that way about other people too. So having somebody that you can relate to, it speaks volumes. And at this point, it shows the majority of America. Trump is the majority of America.
Well, you have to be the presidency. It doesn't. Well, you have to be, like I told you about what I said, how I'm going to piss off a lot of people right now because I have to speak my mind. And my mind is telling me that anybody who tolerates people like Trump, like if they give praise to him in any shape or form, they have to be psychos. And that's not an opinion I have. That's the truth. Donald Trump.
No, I don't know if I would say psycho is the right word. I would definitely
misinformed.
I would say closed-minded and ignorant.
Well, I think I should actually pinpoint why.
Maybe naive.
No, well,
because ignorant is like but you still do it, and there's some people who don't know.
No, because when I say psycho, I do mean when you've seen psychosis of Donald Trump. The only problem with him, and people need to see it, or maybe this is a strange way to say it, but if you push Donald into a corner, his psychosis pops in.
Yep,
and
I agree.
So that's what I'm saying. That Donald Trump's mentality is exactly like a psychopath. And
he's a sociopath. He has an unyielding urge to be liked by everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And if you don't like him,
it bothers him.
His little bodyguard Gestapo escort you out. They keep your coat. And they tell you, and he announces to the crowd that somebody should have kicked your ass.
Very, very good, vivid description. Cool.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying about this.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying about how to get into the minds of people like Trump. And what I do effectively is explain how they think. And people they'll agree with me. But what the challenge is why don't other people talk like that? Why is it that only one person out of many, or hopefully there's more than me? I'm sure there are, but you see that there's not many of us out there to speak our minds, to speak truth to this psychosis that is running amok. And so what I'm saying is,
would you want to order somebody to do that, or would you want somebody to be invoked to do that, where they want to do it? I would rather somebody wanting to do that than me forcing them to do that.
Right.
Because when they're wanting to do it, it's coming from a place of purity.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. And the way that happens is you keep the dialogue going, which is why I'm pretty sure Kevin's mad at me, because I haven't been dialoguing, shall I say, on DINtv.
That's why I'm mad at you.
Yeah, I know. but it's normal. That's very normal. That's but I think, sort of like what the mind does is it can catch up to all of the things that could have been said in whatever time frame it could have been said. So anyways, the mind can catch up no matter how far or no matter how long I was gone or anything like that. You can accelerate the process by making a very plain statement that says mainly that LaRouche PAC is on the edge. Either we could win the minds and hearts of mankind, or we go into this dilemma of waiting until Obama's gone, and we could actually literally go into World War III with him in office, and that's the issue right now. I can say that
you have some conspiracy theorists who think that Obama is going to do a third term, so people think something's about to pop off. And that he just want to take it over another thing. Just be like, you know what? I need to stay here an extra 4 years just so that I can make sure this stuff is sorted out before I leave.
Well, that's
something that could be possible.
No, I think the intention is to continue a bad policy from George Bush Jr. to Obama to whatever comes in. It doesn't matter. I think the policy, it has to be done away with in such a way that we do not go into a nuclear confrontation with Russia or China.
You think Bernie Sanders in office would usher in that same agenda, though?
He's a little weak guy, and
I disagree.
I knew Alex would have something to say. Alex, go. You have the floor.
Like I said, I'm going to piss off a lot of people.
This is fun. We're internet peeps. We like pissing each other off. Go ahead. Go ahead, Alex. Why don't you agree with Brian?
Well, I take issue with calling Sanders a weak person. I think that he is quieter, he's more subdued, he's possibly even more introverted than most people that have probably ever sought the presidency. I think that you need to be something of a sociopath as it is to desire the kind of power that the presidency, would give you. If Sanders is weak in any issue, I would say it is probably, yes, foreign policy. And I hear him talk very little about that. But a Sanders presidency ushers in a professional revolution that this country is very much in dire need of. We're living in an archaic, Christian value-run society right now, and the scariest thing with Donald Trump is that he panders to that crowd. He knows exactly who he's targeting: the uneducated, the generational poverty. Okay, he knows exactly.
I'm gonna vote for Massa Trump.
Yeah, Massa Trump. He targets the 55 and up demographic of angry, old, stubborn, bitter white people.
And what else do they have to do but get off of their asses and go vote? Because that's probably the most exciting thing to happen to them in the last 5 years.
Absolutely. But what's so terrifying about that is the pandering to these demographics.
But you can say the same for Bernie. He's pandering to young kids, promising that we should.
I disagree. Bernie
is a good point.
Bernie is
tapping into the young, uneducated youth of America who are just angry and mad at the system. They have no clue how to understand.
No,
I mean, Wes makes a point in regards to that. Maybe it's at the beginning of the game. Do you feel that way, Alex?
Not at all. I think that Bernie is hitting a chord with the college educated, with the higher educated crowd. And I really do believe that these are the people that need to be making the decisions, not Billy Bob down in Mississippi who wants to lynch people and build a big wall because the Mexicans are stealing our jobs. That's not a real threat. Okay? A real threat is another 20, 40, 50 years of the top 1% continuing to take all of the country's new income and wealth. And I'm sorry for stumbling my words a little bit.
You're fine.
A lot that I want to say.
Jordan, we see you on the site. Just keep trying. We don't hear you, Kirill. Are you muted? Try again. Now you can speak.
No, I just want to agree with Alex that if this country continues the same way as it is, it will ruin the country, will ruin itself. So it's obvious necessary change.
Yep. It is a rare thing to see a candidate like Bernie get this kind of momentum, and I think we need to embrace it while we have the opportunity.
Exactly. He's not, like, this is. I was making this point earlier today before you guys got here. With Bernie, it's literally, this is the one person that I've seen that his word has meant something in a sense, where there's no backpacking, there's no backtracking, there's no flippy floppiness. I mean, this guy has really been in the trenches for the people, always been fighting for the lesser man, and I love that. I feel like America needs to be about the people again. Like, we make up America. Without us, America's nothing. Because if you only have corporations, then what? Who's going to buy their stuff? You get what I'm saying? So I feel like we should get back to the values that matter and the essential stuff. Health, education. I mean, you have to make sure you start from a younger age. You have to make sure that the younger generation is set up good, so that when they do grow up, they're not growing up to be mass killers or resenting their environment and end up becoming gang members or all this type of stuff.
Or growing up and living in an environment of fear and of hate and of racism.
Yeah, like, what do you expect that's going to breed? A bad living situation is going to breed hostility within a child, which then grows up to become an adult, which people tend to forget. Like, the kids become adults and end up taking their place.
We live in a society of instant gratification, and we live in a society of self-interest. We live in a society of greed. And right now, Bernie is showing the younger generations of this country that it's okay to scratch your neighbor's back. That it's okay just because you don't make $15 an hour. It's okay for somebody else to.
And I think millennials are really ushering in that whole label stuff. Like, I don't care, like, the existence that you were born into, but what is your action speaking for? What are they saying? I don't care if you're black. I don't care if you're purple. It's just like, what I look at your character. I look at your actions.
Absolutely. And now we're living. Okay, so we have.
Real quick, can somebody run down Bernie's accomplishments for me?
Look, I'll leave that to you, Alex, because you seem more versed in Bernie's.
I don't know what kind of answer Wes is looking for. He's had 36 successful years now, I think, in politics.
Well, one of the points.
Since he's a politician, let's talk about legislation he's introduced and gotten passed.
Alex?
I can't speak to the specifics on legislation that he has introduced.
Well, I can tell you over his 25 years, he's submitted 25 amendments to bills that are already in place. Therefore, he had to do really nothing besides change a few wordings and get that passed. He has introduced.
No, he sat on many teams that have introduced new legislation to Congress, including Obamacare.
We're talking legislation passed, especially promoting this agenda that he's pushing towards the people. Now, he's introduced 3 pieces of legislation to the Senate. None of them passed.
I can assume that you're on congress.gov looking at Bernie Sanders' page.
Other than that, what has he done?
Come on, guys, let's play nice, okay?
No, right now that's okay. Right now we.
No, I mean, but no, he really had the onus to run down all of Donald Trump's failures. But let's talk your candidate. What is it that your candidate has done that puts him in a position to push forward this agenda?
My candidate was arrested on the streets of Chicago in the 1960s for fighting for the desegregation of Chicago schools.
Mm-hmm. Which helped.
How does that?
Your candidate was taking $1 million loan on a business that he inherited.
Ooh. How does that help him push this agenda that he's pushing? How does that help him complete this agenda? Because honestly, to me, that just means he was standing around like everybody else. Me and Kevin.
No, not standing around.
Hold on. Me and Kevin always have this conversation because if you really wanted to help the black community, you know how you do that. You teach them how to be self-sufficient. You provide them with the skills and the knowledge so that they can not only hire themselves and put themselves to work, but create a circumstance where they got other people around them creating and building around them. That's how you help the black community. You don't do that by standing around getting arrested.
But Wes, you could do that now in this time, but back then people weren't even hiring blacks to begin with. If you weren't cleaning,
you didn't hear me. You provide them with the information that they need and the skill sets so that they can do for themselves. That's what you do. You don't stand around and say, we need you to be in this school, so we're going to get arrested. That doesn't do anything. That accomplishes nothing.
That gives them better learning opportunities so that they're able to learn and get the same equal education that everybody's entitled to.
That's set people back 50 years. Integration or equality. They chose the wrong box. We should have picked equality, my man, for real.
Okay. How do you feel about that statement, Alex? Do you feel, because Wes feels like he was just standing around, basically. His time would have been sufficiently spent if he was using it to educate minorities, blacks, on how to become better businessmen and more self-sufficient. How do you feel about that statement?
Kind of like the bill that he's introducing to Congress now that would employ 13 million unemployed African-American youths. Like that?
Like that, Wes?
Bernie has fought tirelessly for 30 years now doing just that.
But has he hired anybody? Has he actually put somebody in a position to be able to provide for their families?
Oh, like Donald Trump. Oh, no, that's okay. No, I understand what Wes is saying now. He means like the illegal Polish immigrants that Donald Trump put to work to build his casinos for him.
He hired somebody. Somebody was allowed.
He hired illegal immigrants, the same ones that he wants to build a wall for.
Somebody was allowed to increase their standards of living.
Holy crap!
Right or wrong? Like you? Okay.
No, wait.
They were illegal. That's very true. They were illegal.
I think both sides of the argument, in my what I see is both of you guys are wrong. I mean, literally, I do think both of you guys are wrong.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna have to start you for this, Brian. I want to see you tackle these two like you got some work up against you. Come on, let's see why both of them are wrong.
Well, Tell me. This is easy for me. I mean, the mind frame of of Kev. Well, basically,
Kevin.
Let me just say, no, not
Alex.
Kevin.
Apparently, we're both one now.
Alex and Wes. I saw another name right there, Kevin Swaby or whatever.
That's me.
But it's actually. Oh, that's you.
Yeah, it's just another computer, but it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so no, well, I mean, I think the philosophy here is not the correct way to judge a person's ability or capacity to become president. I think the standard that when someone makes a decision that someone's entitled to be the president of the United States is how do they have a capacity to understand the field of science. And with Bernie's case, you see a commitment for people. The problem with that is there's no sense of commitment to educate the people in the field of science.
No, I have to stop you there, Brian, because this is, I mean, his past town hall and also the debate that he had with Hillary. He mentioned global climate change, and he also mentioned fracking too, which is a huge issue.
No. That's where the fallacy is. Because I can tell you that this man-made global climate change phenomenon is not science. If people knew where the science of that philosophy of worshiping Mother Earth Gaia came from, which Pope Francis was forced to emulate in his Laudato Si doctrine. Basically.
Yeah, we know Christianity stems from paganism in some aspect. Yeah.
But that's global warming.
But no, we're talking about climate change. Climate change happens in every planet. It's just that human beings are speeding up the process, and that's what we're trying to stop.
No.
I really think that Brian has smoked too much pot and listened to too many Tool albums.
Yeah, I look like I smoke pot, don't I?
I smoke pot. I smoke it. I eat it. I drink it sometimes. Just kidding.
No, but look. The galaxy influences what happens on Earth. Ice ages, climate change has happened for billions of years, and the phenomenon of this idea that people accelerate the carbon emissions, which generates climate change, is a fraud.
It is absolutely not.
I agree with Alex. Look at all the factories, the mass consumption that our meats that we eat take up.
It's indisputable scientific fact.
That's what I'm saying.
It's a fascist. It's a fascist ideology.
What is their agenda? Nobody even thinks about that.
It's depopulation to kill science.
You need to go back to Prison Planet and read another Alex Jones article, because I really don't think you have any idea what you're talking about.
We were watching him today because I didn't know. Like, I was an Alex Jones fan.
It was a simple question.
Hey, Kevin.
Who are these scientists? What are their interests? Who do they represent? And what's their agenda?
Hey, Kevin. Hold on. Wait. Wes. Hold on. Well, look. I could prove my what I stated about people who believe in global climate change and global warming, whatever you want to call it.
Global warming,
whatever you want to call
climate
it.
Change.
But whatever you want to call
it. They're not the same, though. They're not the same.
Look, just let me pose a question to you that proves the fact that you are accepting a doctrine that you don't understand. My question is, and this goes for Alex and Kevin and everybody else, prove to me that the sun has nothing to do with the climate changes of the earth. If you could prove that, then I probably will believe your ideology that mankind is changing the weather.
Brian, I'm with you on this one, man. It's a natural.
Wait, hold on. I didn't understand that question. Are you asking us how to prove how the sun does not affect? Like, say that again.
Yes. No, you're right. You just said it. That prove how the sun does not influence the climate changes on our planet.
Does not?
Yes, does not. Right.
I don't understand. It does. What? I don't understand that frame of question.
Okay, so if it does, and the sun is like this big, huge thing, but we're
Brian, listen to me. If I'm standing in the sun, right?
Is it possible for me to
No, let me say this. If I'm standing in this, if I'm standing outside in the sun, right? The sun is beaming down on me. If I put my hand up and block it, I'm gonna get some sort of shade, right? It's gonna cool down. The sun is still beaming as hot it was before my hand was there, but my hand is creating a shade, which then creates a cooler thing around me. Same way with climate change. We're affecting the natural order of how the earth and the sun correlate with each other with the emissions from the factories.
It's backwards ideology.
Kevin.
If you're telling me
so you're telling me, Brian, that there's no way that the ozone layer can be damaged or influenced by humans at all.
No such way.
The amount of carbon dioxide and all that stuff that we send up into nothing happens.
Right. You need to look at some stuff. You need to read some.
I can send you.
We don't populate enough of land space compared to airspace to populate to change an entire climate on a planet. We
can disrupt.
The thing is, it's not us. We don't consume the most of the carbon, but not the carbon emissions aren't coming from us mostly. They're coming from the produce that we produce, from the corporations, the meat factories.
No. Wait, no.
Alex, am I like in the Twilight Zone right now?
Oh, wait a minute.
I think you might. Is there a way for me to link anything to your website, Kevin?
Yes. Use the DINtv. Just post it in the DINtv. Click enter, and we all see it. But go ahead, Brian. I'm sorry.
Okay, so here's my other question to you. What else emanates CO2?
CO2. Plants.
Plants. What else?
Cow farts.
Cow
And
farts.
what else?
Hairspray.
Any manufacturers, any cars, everything.
No. Yeah, you could name it. Even volcanoes.
Even volcanoes.
How about when we exhale?
True.
Okay, fine. You're talking about
those are natural phenomenons.
You're talking
creating a freaking factory. What are you talking about? Those are chemicals that are being emitted that are not naturally made by the earth.
Yeah, those are naturally occurring chemicals.
That's what I'm saying. Oh my god.
So is the combustion aspects of CO2 that we combust.
But when you increase CO2 emissions by 10,000 fucking percent
every day, volcanoes
you're gonna have an impact.
Well, that's a lie.
Read the article I just clicked you. It's climate change fact. It's produced by NASA. If that's a credible resource, I don't know.
Well, then I'll
put a reason why NASA doesn't count.
I'll put
NASA. I don't believe in NASA, honestly. NASA, I'm not voting for NASA. I think NASA is literally the Ministry of Truth. NASA is the Ministry of Truth to me, honestly. They push propaganda and don't tell us what the real. If you want real scientific information, look at CERN, but not even them, because they filter out half of the stuff. You have to really, really go into the internet trenches to find out what's going on over there.
Oh, hey, Kevin, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, look, we just.
Kevin, I wish you weren't a conspiracy theorist.
I am. I'm sorry. Once you get into it, it's hard to get out because it's just like my life is just numbers, looking at every sign that I could possibly see it happening to me at every moment in time.
There's a 7.
Yeah, basically.
Kevin.
Basically, huh?
I want to ask you something.
Go ahead.
What was there any specific world event or anything of that effect that made you a conspiracy theorist? Like, what did it? Why?
I don't think it's any event. I think I've always been someone who's always been.
How would you not trust the scientific community of CERN or NASA or something? What is it that?
Well, NASA, no. I trust CERN, of course. CERN, he's just created the internet. Like, you never should. NASA, to me, it's just like, okay, the thing with NASA with me is just that the way they feed information, like things that they tell us is things that people have been saying for decades, and then they decide to like admit it. Like 12th Planet, that's been speculated for decades. NASA will turn it down all the time. Now there's an unidentified object that's circling our orbit now. I'm just saying when it comes to NASA, they're not a reliable source when it comes to science for me. In a sense of outer space, like CERN. I like those stuff because honestly, I'm speaking to the scientific community directly. A lot of the scientists that are there are our ages too. So they have this situation talking to them. So it's pretty cool. And they show like different reports. And do you know other workings and stuff? Over there? What do you think about that? Because there's kind of like a branch, kind of like well, we like the scientific theory, or seems like you should know what's going to happen. If you
CERN is a large hadron collider. I think things on the planet.
Of course, I mean, people are not ISIS. We're talking about people smashing atoms
together.
The speed of light with magnetic conditions. Like, why is NASA doing shit like that?
Well, NASA doesn't have the budget to do things like that.
Yeah, that's true too.
Because the Europeans value their space program. Does not. That's why.
We only value coal, oil, pipes.
True. The budget of NASA. You know, I could support NASA for a year on what I make. NASA has no money.
Wow. Well, that could come from my stipulation too. Maybe because they don't have correct funding that has scientists that could.
Do you know how much it would cost to fund a manned mission to Mars?
How much?
I do. Do you want to know how much?
Yeah.
It would cost the same amount to plan, build a shuttle, and send men to Mars. It would cost the same amount to build a new NFL stadium.
Oh, we do that all the time.
Yes, we do.
Kind of shows you like where our priorities are at this point. I feel like we're living in a big mansion, and we're like the workers. And basically, these stadiums and all these places are just like little intricate like vases in the elite's like house that we help create.
Could you do me a favor? Could you hit the volume on Fox News right now? They're talking Michigan.
Here as the chair of your party, Tulsi Gabbard, the congresswoman from Hawaii, resigned her position in leadership inside the DNC, saying that your party is stacking the deck for Hillary Clinton.
This guy annoys me. I do not like him.
That's not what she said. You can go back and look at what she said. She was actually asked several times, multiple interviews, why she decided to resign, and she simply resigned because she wanted to support Bernie Sanders, and our rules don't allow for
think that she had any problem with the way you were handling it?
I don't, because she said that the reason that she resigned was specifically to support Bernie Sanders, and when asked specifically whether it had anything to do with anything else, she said no.
So when you see Bernie Sanders succeeding in a place like Michigan, what do you think?
Well, I think that both of our candidates have a really strong appeal to voters that want to make sure that we can reduce the income inequality gap, that we can make sure that people have an opportunity to reach the middle class. And if you look at
Stone Cold his face,
we have
like he doesn't care.
Who says that we should ban an entire religion, we should build a wall and just, try to make another country pay for it, that we should deport 11 million immigrants who simply want to be here and make a better way of life for themselves, and who are talking about small hands and their manhood. I mean, really, we need to make sure that the Republicans at their next debate put a parental advisory warning on the screen before it starts, because they certainly aren't talking about the issues that are important to the American people. And they're being pretty vulgar in the process.
You know what the response to that on the other side is, which is, yes, it's gotten a little vulgar on the GOP side, but no one's facing the threat of indictment.
There's no one facing the threat of indictment on our side either, Megan. There's
an open DOJ and FBI investigation into Mrs. Clinton right now.
Right. Let's not be melodramatic.
Our generation is Martha Stewart. The 90s had Martha, we have Hillary.
Predicting that there's someone who is facing indictment is definitely
there was a statement that there's no one on the GOP side who's under threat of indictment. That's what the Republicans say on this.
No. Instead, you have the Republican Party, who is being led right now by their front runner, who has a multi-bankrupted, absolutely outrageous, ridiculous position. This is a guy who has been alienating and has become a whirling dervish of extremism.
Look at Maggie.
The entire Republican Party that has been involved in the Republican Party for many years is absolutely flipping out over the possibility of him being the nominee. Because
what were you saying, Wes?
She's looking like, why the fuck does she keep talking about Donald when you have a perfect opportunity to
push Hillary's agenda?
Your party, your Hillary, your Bernie, your whatever. It's all liberals do this. They go straight to Donald. They know more.
Suggesting he may be guilty of the felony, and that is the issue that you tell me we appear to be seeing in some of these exit polls when the Democrats, and this isn't even opening it up to the general election, the Democrats are asked that the Democratic front runner is an honest person.
At the end of the day, when the American people have an opportunity to decide who they want to be president of the United States, who they trust to make sure that we can continue to build on the economic progress that we've made.
She should not be talking about trust. She's trying to push
in adding 20 million people who didn't have health care before that now have it, on making sure that we can have access to affordable education, keep a roof over people's heads, and make sure we have a strong and secure retirement. voters across America will choose one of our two candidates when one of them is the nominee over any one of the Republicans, because they know the Republicans would unravel all the progress we've made. That is what this election is going to be decided upon. And at the end of the day, there's a reason that the Democratic nominees won 5 out of the last 6 presidential elections, and it'll be 6 out of 7 after November.
Except right now, all of the Republican candidates still in this race beat Hillary Clinton in a head-to-head matchup, with the exception in a couple of polls of Donald Trump.
There are quite a few polls in which the reverse is true, Megan, and at the end of the day, we're in March, and again, those polls are as good as the paper they're written on. Because at the end of the day,
she sounds so flaky.
Voters are going to have a very clear and stark contrast, and they're going to choose to elect a Democrat because they know that Democrats have had their back.
Congresswoman, last thing, there is a clear contrast in the number of people voting.
Democrats.
There are many more Republicans showing up at the polls than there are Democrats as you look at the percentages of each state. As chair of your party, are you concerned about that?
No, because that's actually also not accurate. You have the turnout so far. I'm going to tell you the numbers. And in turnout so far, the Republicans have had about a 55% turnout, and we've had about 45%. And we have 2 candidates, and the Republicans have gone from 17 down to 4.
Sure, but you look what they have in Michigan.
The increase of voting from state
Sanders
to state.
winning. They don't even have his name highlighted. And then from Mississippi, they have Hillary's name highlighted, and not
Sanders. One of our candidates has actually gotten more votes than the Republican has. And
it's blatant.
Still blatant. Based on our 2 candidates, much smaller field.
But look, you see how they did it for Mississippi?
Not led by a reality TV star who has talked about the size of his hands and his manhood, and just to try to keep things interesting. We've had a pretty small difference in the margin in turnout. So I'm not at all concerned. I'm confident that because we have a superior turnout operation, a digital and technological advantage, a centralized voter file that both of our candidates are feeding voter data into, that the Republicans simply don't have and never actually created, that we are going to be able to make sure that we win this election both on the ground, logistically, and on the issues.
Congresswoman Debbie Ashman, she's reading to me and not like speaking to me.
Thank you.
Well, Donald Trump is calling for unity now in the GOP. He will win both Michigan and Mississippi tonight, but the Democratic race between Hillary Clinton and Bernie Sanders, way too close to call.
And we are counting down to the next.
So we've
Idaho 1,000 votes.
Go ahead, say that again, Alex. I didn't hear you.
The race is. They say that the race is not too close to call, and that is totally bogus. The polls are almost entirely in, and everywhere. There's only 2 counties left that haven't gotten their votes in yet. They're both rural counties that Sanders is going to win. He's up by 24,000 votes right now. It's over.
I don't know you would think they would try to save as much credibility as they could, being as everybody's moving to digital and moving to the internet to watch their news and get their news. Like, could you at least for the last 5 years of they have left on TV to begin with, they should at least be as credible as possible. And this is just blatant bias.
How many people do you have tuning into the show right now?
Right now we have about 50 outside the show, but we have you guys interacting. A lot of people just like to watch.
Sure. Well, we like to have them.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Did you see my YouTube link?
No, I didn't. Let me look for it.
In the DINtv.
This is not
actually for now. There is 19 people watching.
Okay.
We're gonna be having them hour-long videos, man.
All right, let me see.
Stuck alone in a room with Wes and Brian for the rest of the night.
That's awesome. Actually, we have really good debates in here all the time.
Hello, everyone.
We go all over the spectrum.
Alicia Rogers. I would like to thank you for joining us.
I think that people should hear is the question of science. I mean, one of the video that I send you in the DINtv is with a NASA scientist who his name is Tom Westmuller. But he's a member of the Right Climate Stuff research group. And this is the other side of NASA that people don't understand, that there is a group in NASA that understands that man-made climate change is not real. And so this is the fight in the field of science.
Well, I'm glad they found the one guy to say that.
Well, unfortunately, Alex, he's not one guy.
They found him.
Okay, Alex, grow up.
All right.
All right, man.
Alex is
You're out of your league. This is a high school. This is a high school argument at a lunch table. You're out of your league.
Okay, then I'll bring it up to a universal. Hold on, Kevin. All right, Alex. Then let's bring it up to a universal level. How about you and me engage in a dialogue, and I can prove that you're crazy.
Oh, I would love to see this.
No, you can't. All you can do is recycle the same regurgitated nonsense that you hear on YouTube at 3 o'clock in the morning.
But you have to try to keep the balance.
All you're doing is
I love it. People love this. Keep it going.
Okay, Alex, but you're the one.
All you're doing is preaching the rhetoric of Prison Planet and InfoWars. You have no original thoughts and you have no convictions.
Guys,
yo, Alex, you are literally throwing so much shade right now.
Argumentation, please, not just like these shots, just arguments.
You literally call this dude InfoWars. Like, that's a try right there. You're trying it. Alex is really trying it tonight.
Well, that's fine. If you want to,
this is the ignorance that I'm talking about.
If Alex wants to throw a tantrum, let him throw a tantrum, and that pretty much proves that he's crazy.
Alex, our viewers believe that you're throwing a tantrum.
But I'm not gonna back down from my convictions, nor any more than I think that you should back down from yours. But what I think. But I don't think that you have convictions.
So let's have that conversation instead of you getting irate and calling him idiotic. Let's have that conversation. This is the problem I have with liberals. They don't know how to conversate and communicate. They just resort to name calling and yelling when somebody steps on their toes about their views and they cannot stand on it. So how about we have this conversation? Go ahead, Brian.
The first words out of Brian's mouth when he came online were how everybody is a psychopath. Anybody that votes for Trump is a psychopath. And I say,
he keeps those receipts. He does not look at those receipts.
I keep those receipts. Yeah,
keep those receipts.
Yeah, well, I could remember what I said. You don't have to put words in my mouth.
Oh yeah, boys.
He did it to me too, Brian.
Well, I mean, Alex. I mean, for Alex's sake, I feel like he has a point in regards to trying to understand where you're coming from, Brian. Because a lot of people when they first hear it, they don't understand it because it's not an issue that's presented to them in that type of way ever.
Well, I'll tell you this. I have strong convictions, and especially over the guise of the internet, over the mask of the barrier of the internet. I'm not nearly as I don't know,
confrontational.
I would be. Yeah. You're more confrontational online, and I do believe that there is I don't know. I believe that there's a lack of information. People see something that they think is interesting or nifty or whatever, and they take it as truth.
I mean, YouTube is literally like an example of that. You search the right terms.
YouTube and Facebook are cancer.
Yeah. So I was actually mentioning this earlier too.
Hold on, Kevin. So here's the question. Alex,
I got to step away for 1 second. Go ahead and continue. I'll be back in 30 seconds. 1 second.
Okay.
Because this is my question that I'm going to pose. Is that I understand you have your views and your convictions. Now, the question really is he in the science community? Are these things he studies, and are these concepts that he completely understands? Because if they're not, he's doing just like everybody else.
No, they're not.
Going to the internet, regurgitating somebody else's message and trying to put it off as yours. You're doing the same thing as everybody else does. Now, if you if you are in the field of science and you actually study climatology, then bring out the information, bring out the facts, bring out the studies.
I don't need to have a master's degree.
Listen, don't bring out somebody else's stuff and then get mad at somebody for bringing out their information. Don't do that. If you have some information in which you are actively involved in researching, bring it out. If not, you're doing what everybody else does. YouTube, Facebook, whatever, Wikipedia,
NASA,
dark web, black web.
Everybody knows all the websites to get. Everybody knows all the websites to get the information from. So if you can't honestly say you're actively involved in the research, then you're regurgitating it yourself. So you have to respect somebody else's information just the same. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, you know, I can respect somebody else going out and learning on their own. But what I'm doing is reading both sides of the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's not just like I went to NASA.com and got the information on climate change or something, and that's the only point I'm arguing. I went to
so then you would
what Alex Jones had to say.
You would really help the situation. You would really help the situation by bringing out both sides, and that way we can compare them for ourselves.
Well, I'm bringing out the side that I've chosen to go with, and Brian brings out the side that he's chosen to go with, and that's where the argument, begins.
I think Alex is just trying to really figure out what Brian is saying, because I feel like Brian says a lot of stuff, but it's hard to pinpoint what exactly your agenda is, Brian. Like, what is it that you're trying to do? Because like a lot of the statements that you do say is very like, I don't trust any of the candidates. Like, we need to focus on NASA. We need to focus on infrared technology, and then people are just like, these are new terms for people. Like,
yeah,
nobody thinks of NASA when they think politics. So it's a new territory.
That's the question that I think that's what that is the essence of what's wrong with the situation when people have not heard these things. And so what I do is at
one point you didn't know about these things. You were informed by someone, correct?
Yeah, exactly. I was shown to do these background checks or whatever you want to call it, because my mind was so limited.
Mm-hmm.
Such a limited, but then you start to ask questions, you start to investigate, you see two sides of the story, but then to judge what side are you on, to know the facts of the situation, you look at the source that is spewing the lies, and when you see that, then you can judge, why do I say climate change, this and that? It's not. It really isn't real.
Well, okay. I mean, now I can just take Wes's argument and turn it on you. How are you to decide without extensive research in the field of study or whatever it is we're talking about, if it's climate change or aliens or whatever? How are you to decide what's true and what's fact? You're taking the side that resonated best with you and arguing that. I'm taking the side that resonates best with me and arguing that.
Right. And the measure for truth is, how do you know what you're saying? It's not there does not exist a contradiction to what you're believing.
Say that again.
Wait, I didn't understand that either. Go ahead and say that again, Brian.
All right. What I'm saying is, when someone introduces a contradiction to your statements, whatever they are.
Sure.
Yeah. So that's okay. So that's what I'm saying is, this is how you come to a fundamental essence of truth. When those contradictions,
you kind of just said half of a sentence there. There should be more than that.
Right.
You said when somebody contradicts a viewpoint that I have, and then you just kind of stopped. What? If somebody contradicts me, what?
I not what you. Well, yeah, a statement which shows you that there could be a possibility that you're wrong.
Basically, if you're questioning your stance, in essence, your truth isn't really the truth, because you wouldn't question it to begin with. Is that what you're initially trying to say, Brian?
Yes.
Okay. So that's initially what he's trying to say. He's saying basically that if you are questioning your truth, then in essence, it's not the truth, because if it were the truth, then you wouldn't question it to begin with.
Well, you could.
I change my opinions on things all the time. I change my opinions all the time. Before Bernie Sanders, I was a Hillary supporter.
Poor thing.
I know. I was.
Yes. The same with me.
In a dark place, but
the same with me.
But I mean, people's, at least mine, my convictions and views, they're subject to change. Given any time of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's the issue with many Americans. They're so
That's
they're
healthy.
Huh?
That's healthy. People who have views and convictions that don't change are the ones that are voting for Donald Trump. They're the ones the Mexicans are out to rape them.
But going back to what I said about.
Okay, guys,
I want to feel safe going to Taco Bell. Okay,
we have a choice. I have I have a clip from NASA about climate change. Hillary speaking. What do you want to choose?
Hillary.
Let's go. Okay, Kevin, please.
Hillary it is.
It goes against our most cherished values. America belongs to all of us, not just those who are already successful. I want to be the president, not for those who are already successful. They don't need me. I want to be the president for the struggling and the striving.
She's stealing from Sanders.
And who are looking for a way to achieve that dream.
She trumping, y'all. She trumping. Oh, yeah, that's it.
She just rides the rhetoric of Sanders and Trump. Yes. Yep. Oh, is this trending this week? Does Black Vote Matter this week? Okay, I care about this now. You know,
one more steal.
When I was
the regular thing for Hillary Clinton.
When I was 16, I went to a black neighborhood with a black girl and worked in a black law office with a black manager.
Yeah, like, it was a black.
Girl, we get it. Like you like us, I guess. What's your point?
She liked you. She liked you last week. Right?
Basically,
she liked you last week. This week, she likes Hispanics. She likes what her team of counselors tells her to like.
Yikes. This, I mean, oh my gosh, I'm an adult and I feel like I'm discussing children. Literally. This is not the idea I had when I thought like grown-ups voted for presidents. Like being a grown-up now and watching the structure of it, it's just a mess.
And Brian and Wes, I got no bad blood with you guys. You guys are arguing your points. I'm arguing mine. I just tend to get a little boisterous about it.
Are you serious? Alex, me and Wes, me and you literally have almost the same aesthetic. So me and Wes are always at it, but we're cool. Like he comes on every day.
Sure. So what would make me angry is the day that you stopped arguing.
Yeah, no. It happens all the time, and plus we cover all aspects. It gets weird sometimes. We talk about all kinds of stuff. So
I think we just have to make our points. Well, this is the essence of all mankind. What is the truth of the world or our universe, right? I mean,
answers in death.
Well, no. Well, actually, the truth of life, I think, is what exists way after we die. It's not death conquers you and then you die. I think it's what comes after.
So you think Brian's a little too existential for me?
That's not existential. I think what your statement was existential when you believe in death conquering mankind, and that's not true.
I was being sarcastic.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, Brian, you feel like a legacy validates somebody's existence in that lifetime.
Well, not legacy, but the thoughts that are generated to prove someone wrong in a period where everyone believed that the wrong thing was right when it wasn't right all along.
I don't know. I have a different stipulation with death. I feel like it's just another cycle, but that's another story.
I
think we've been engineered to believe that.
You think so? So what do you feel like? Are you a person that just thinks like, okay, we die and then we cease to exist?
Me?
I think we've been engineered to believe that death is a real thing. Like I think we're supposed to live a very, very long time. Somewhere along the way, we've been convinced that death is cool and it's okay and it's all right to welcome it in, as opposed to trying to figure out what it takes to be an actual existence within this being we call Earth, you know? So that's just me though.
So you mean ways to prolong life?
Not necessarily prolong life, just live life to the fullest. You know, instead of counting our years down, we need to start counting our days upwards and start trying to make that like a bank account. How many days?
Well, make a discovery and you'll feel.
Discoveries are made all the time, and then the government swoops in. The men in black swoop in and blow the little camera, blow your damn head off. People creating levitating metal balls and finding new ways to generate energy out of nothing. Get a knock on the door. Hey, we've seen a couple patents you've been filing. Like, let's see how this works. Oh, you actually invented this? You know what? This can't happen. Boop, boop, boop. God, we still have oil. We still have coal, which could have been demolished a long time ago. Those were like as Alex said, the old time ways of creating revenue. We've come to a place now where we're able to come up with new industries that could benefit our economy at this point with creating new jobs. Like, let's focus on creating greener energies to clean up the water. That's the least you could do. I mean, we need water to live. Like, can we give Flint people like a good shower for the day without being bathed with like fluoride and gunk and all this stuff on them? You know,
I feel like you'd really like Bernie Sanders.
Really? You know, I feel like with him, he's not tough enough. I'm kidding. Did you hear about Did you hear about Jesse Ventura thinking about running too?
Oh, he mentioned that in 2008 he wanted to run.
Yeah, I'm a huge Jesse Ventura fan. I think for me, if Jesse Ventura and if Trump and Bernie had a baby, it'd be Jesse Ventura.
That's shockingly accurate.
Yeah, basically, because like Jesse is he's very blunt, but he's blunt in like a good way, where it's just like, okay, I get what you're saying. You're here to help me. You're not being blunt to make me feel bad. You're being blunt to make me feel better about myself and to make me work on myself. And plus, he speaks out. And plus, he used to be in the military. He's in the military. He knows the stances. He used to be governor. I mean, he knows the play. So I think I feel like if Bernie doesn't win, well, he would have to be running before then anyway. He needs to come but he's always said that he was going to wait until later on into the race. If he were to join the race, it would be later on. It wouldn't be as early, because this is the first time candidates have been campaigning. Like, they started campaigning since early last year.
Who's that?
Bernie, Hillary, Trump, all these guys. And Jesse would be like, why are they campaigning now? Like, doing debates now in 2015, like March, April, like. So, what do you guys feel in regards to the candidates now? Like, obviously, Alex and I are Team Bernie. Brian is Team NASA. Team NASA.
I don't think he is.
What are you, Brian? What are you at this point? Because I'm confused.
Well, the YouTube link I gave you was with, like I told you, we're reviving the NASA program for space exploration, which Obama recently cut, $260 million off of the budget of NASA.
That's sad.
So, yeah, well, I know. But I think people need to also realize the capabilities we have on the moon as well. I mean, China is conducting many lunar explorations on the moon, especially the far side of it, which means that we are lagging behind in endeavors like helium-3 on the moon for fusion energy, which the fuel on the moon can last us for 10,000 years. And so we're behind schedule of many.
What schedule is everybody adhering to? Where's the schedule coming from?
Like, you know how America do it. We'll wait till everybody do all the work, figure it out.
Just steal it from them.
We'll either steal to go into debt to buy it or go blow them up to take it. Yeah, we do, man. Come on.
Lunar Wars.
Or until we get a real president and introduces a public credit system, and then we could pay off that loan with the things we make. And so I don't know. I think there's a lot to discuss. Like I said, until we have a clear discussion of what I'm talking about, this back and forth stuff really does not work. In something like this, there has to be a dialogue. I don't know what you would call it, but there has to be a discussion had in order to get at the aspects of what is it in the galaxy that really does affect us on Earth. What is it? I mean, gravitational waves. I mean, I know maybe Alex has heard of that recent discovery of that.
That's a big deal.
Can I explain what affects all of us? That thing that we.
He's talking about gravitational waves. He's talking about gravitational waves.
I'm talking about black matter that we even cannot even feel. We cannot sense that. It's somehow in other dimensions that we even cannot interact with that matter. So we now guessing about something that we even cannot realize, guys. This is the reality. Like just imagine we live in in 2 dimensions, like with 2-dimension shapes, and 2-dimension shapes trying to guess how to 3-dimension space looks like. They have never understand this. The same thing with us, unfortunately. We are 3-dimensional human beings, but something, there is the 4th dimension, there is 6, 5. So we cannot even realize how all this works.
Are we losing you, Alex, for the dimension talk? Did he leave? He left. Alex, where'd you go? It got too real for him. Oh, there he is. I was about to say, I was like, did we lose Alex with the dimension talk?
Did he go into the 1st dimension?
Alex, I thought we lost you with the dimension talk.
Did he get dementia?
Yeah. You guys, I can't. I am just saying, with this whole, you guys, I don't even think America ready for dimension talk, honestly. I think if America realizes
it shorted out my internet connection.
Who defined these dimensions so that they are so?
Einstein defined them. Move on to the next question.
Dude, I mean,
like, what makes his definition so concrete to what a dimension is?
Because it hasn't been misproven yet. That's how theories work. Theories work as in, if you prove a theory, it's debunked by dismissing it with another theory that holds true.
You can't just hear an idea and say, yeah, but what if it's not true? Like, that's not an argument.
Alex.
So much so that's what we say is concrete.
It's pretty concrete on this one.
I feel like the Americans are sleeping on gravitational waves. That's a huge discovery, and I don't know why people are not, like, it's kind of like people finding out about radiation. Radiation led to so many interactive ways of being able to use that technology.
Or X-rays,
radio waves, Wi-Fi, all that stuff. That's cool. So imagine them trying to understand gravity in a sense and being able to, manipulate it in a way where we got like faster transportation, no need for propulsion anymore. Because that's not how you're gonna go interstellar. You know that, right?
And also, what you just said is true. The faster we build our breakthroughs in technologies, the less so-called this phenomenon that people worry about, CO2 and stuff, the less we will excel or produce CO2, as long as we invest in technology that limits the use of CO2 burning. That's just a fact. But then the question goes in, when we build these technological facilities, right? And when people see that we limit our uses of using CO2, but then the climate is still changing. So technically speaking, it was not CO2 that was causing the phenomenon of climate change.
Yes,
but until it was something out there in the universe.
Oh my gosh. Fox News is hella petty. It's literally waiting until the last second to announce this thing. It's literally 3 minutes.
CNN has a political prediction poll. Like, people like you and I, we go on and we predict. It has 95% odds that Sanders wins Michigan. They still won't call it.
That's so petty. Petty.
It's up by 33,500 votes right now, and they still won't call it.
I don't know. I feel like people won't look at that and see, okay, maybe something's up. Like, they'll just ignore it. They won't even, like, we can catch these things. People are probably not even paying attention to that.
We just need to hope that there's enough people like us to catch them too.
I mean, I think I feel like the speed and progression that we're having when it comes to social issues in America, it's been speedlining hella quick. After 2000, it just literally, you saw, especially in the last 10 years, you see more integration when it comes to gay rights. You see more integration with what else? Like television, media, you see more authentic portrayals, even though it's not at the level that it needs to be. There's still some ground there.
Well, I do what I can for gay rights too, and I would take the pride flag hanging off my back porch right now and wrap it around my neck and go march the fucking streets if there were a rally. I'll tell you that.
Really? That's real. That's like, I mean, that takes dedication right there.
Well,
like,
I'm not a gay person, but I would fight heavily for the rights of gay people.
I see it as the same thing.
Strong supporter of gay rights.
I see it as the same thing as skin color because it's pretty much something that you can't help.
Sure.
You know, it's something I feel like anybody who's judged on things that they can't help shouldn't like be judged on it because it's like a part of them. I can't hate you because you have a thumb. You have that thumb because you were born with it. Like, even if you take it off, it's still in your genetic makeup. You're still a thumb. You still have a thumb. It's just not there anymore. But I don't know. These are just philosophical questions that I ask during the broadcasts. But
Kevin, what's your favorite movie?
Favorite movie. This is gonna sound so corny. You guys probably haven't ever heard of this. It's called Howl's Moving Castle.
Sure. Yeah. It's anime, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Howl's Moving Castle is probably one of my favorite movies. I don't know. It just has that studio knew exactly how to make movies. I never thought a cartoon made me cry, but it did. What about you? What's your favorite movie?
That's harder to call than Iowa.
What about
Country for Old Men?
What?
Love it.
Kirill. Literally. We're talking about favorite movies, right? Okay. Guess the movie he said. Guess it. Just guess it.
Who?
Alex.
No, I miss it. Sorry, guys.
Alex, tell him your favorite movie.
No Country for Old Men.
Yeah, I like it. We just recently.
Literally, my boss, he told me, he's like, "Hey, you guys, Kevin, you should check out this movie. It's really good."
You watch
today, literally.
You got a favorite book?
Me? Yes, I have several. I have The Alchemist is one.
Oh, I just read that.
Life-changing, isn't it?
It's very good. Yeah.
Yes. I'm also really big on like symbology and mythology stuff, so I love all of Dan Brown's stuff. Like, I'm obsessed with it.
I've read it. Yeah, mm-hmm. I've read Angels and Demons and
just finished Dante's Inferno. Came out like last year, but I just got it and finished it.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. It more plays on the population control aspect of the world, because you know how that's a big on the conspiracy theory. Like Dante's Inferno, that's pretty much what the painting is about. It's the different levels of hell, and how it was correlating how the government is trying to control the population, and how there's this one rogue government official who has a plan to do it, and he has like a canister, I believe, of antimatter, and if it's released open, it's going to blow up like a whole sector of Europe. So Dan Brown's mission is to basically Landon's mission is to basically find the guy.
You're talking Angels and Demons, right?
No, it's not Angels and Demons. This is like the third book after that, because you have Angels and Demons. Then you have
Angels and Demons is about the canister of antimatter with Landon and whatnot.
Okay, I probably got the two mixed up then. No, but it's the same premise. It's the same. There's a canister in Dante's Inferno too.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Because it's in the pin or something. Yeah.
You remember what happens in Paradise?
In Paradise.
Towards the end.
Oh, in Dante's Inferno?
Yeah.
What happens?
And then that literally goes back to the question of space, or whatever you want to call this realm of space that we live in. Because at the end of it, you get a sense that the stars or the galaxies above is what we have to discover, mostly our humanity in that. Because what moves the planets? Love, right? Well, what is that love?
Gravity moves the planet.
Alex is just like, all you need is love. And Alex is like, no, it's gravity.
Or musicality, harmonies.
Yeah, But okay, I can get the aspect of sound because sound, in essence, is just vibration. So,
and I'm pretty sure Alex knows that the frequency that was discovered with gravitational waves.
Huh?
Can you smell a fart in space?
No, I don't know. I've never farted in space. I can ask Siri.
Probably in your suit or in.
No, I mean I actually fart in the space. Like, would they be able to smell that a couple light years away?
You'll die if you do that.
My balls hurt.
Do you really want to like literally end up killing a whole like galaxy because you don't know the chemicals, the foreign chemicals that you're actually emitting into space in itself, so it could be harmful to like a whole galaxy?
What if you light that open ass fart into the galaxy? How far would that carry?
I don't think you could, because don't you need oxygen to like start fire?
Yeah, you can't have fire in space.
So you guys don't think I know my science stuff, huh? I know my science stuff. I'm just like weird. I know like everything. It's kind of weird. I'm like into everything. I'm into anime, I'm into games, and I'm into music.
Dude, you know what? I put off anime for like ever, and I watched Attack on Titan, and that was freaking awesome.
They make good cartoons because it's like you feel like a kid, but then an adult at the same time, because they give you some adult situations like your best friend dies. Like, how do you handle it? It's just like, damn, like I just fought with him the other day, like, and now he's dead. Like, how do I deal with this situation?
What do you do when you're not hosting an internet radio show?
I run a social media brand called Indie Kid Collective. That's my brand. I have a blog also too, and I do YouTube videos, and I have a vlogging channel too.
Oh wow!
I'm all over the place, man.
Busy.
But my vlogging channel, I went backpacking in Europe last year for 2 months, and I videotaped every day.
Wow!
So that was really. It really gave me a perspective of what people think about America in general, like from the outside. Like looking from the outside. Like I feel like foreigners love our pop culture. They love it. It's fascinating to them. But intellectually, they don't see us as sound competitors.
Yeah, well, can you blame them? Let me direct you to the Fox News screen.
Oh my gosh. I feel like this is like the Republican template for a haircut. It's either short or mid-short, blonde, with like bitchy-faced girl.
Hey, I always say never trust a man who won't cut off his hair going bald.
What happened?
I say never trust a man who won't cut off his hair when he's going bald.
Because he won't face the facts.
Okay.
Like, dude, you're bald. I don't know. I couldn't.
Go get the procedure so that your shit still grows. You gotta get it cut off your ass.
Trump has good hair.
No,
he does good hair. I'm sorry. Trump's hair is always flipped to perfection. Like that one hair is passing his eyebrow or his eyelid. It's just like perfectly swooped.
He got that perfect swoop, don't he?
And he just goes to the Trump salon in the Trump Towers and just does his perfectly swoop thing by his illegal Mexican worker who does his hair.
Yeah,
but they were Polish, by the way.
Polish.
They were illegal Poles that he hired.
But he didn't hire them, though. That's the thing. He didn't hire them.
He hired the people that hired him. Wait. You sure you want to do this, Wes? Because earlier it was Donald Trump hired his own people, so now he didn't hire him. What is it?
I never said he hired his own.
Look at the alert that Fox News has. Look at the alert, Alex. Michigan's still too close to call.
Not even close. No.
This shit's a joke to me at this point.
Blowout.
Wow.
They're 92% in with the vote.
It's like
it's still too close to call.
Hillary hasn't cashed her corporate checks yet. We're still waiting for that to come in.
Well, at least they changed the headline on CNN. The headline on CNN now said Sanders leads in Michigan with a picture of Hillary Clinton.
Man, I kind of like how Bernie's not even mentioning the media, because I feel like that's all they want. They want to pick a fight with him so that they end up in turn probably boosting him up, but in turn making him look bad. I think people should just look at the action. Don't let people speak for you all the time. Like, see what's happening and know what's happening.
Well, I tell you, with these kind of results in Iowa, in Michigan, and Massachusetts, and the like, it's clear that it's not working. They're trying to do a media blackout on Sanders, and it's clearly not working.
Clearly.
Let the results speak for themselves in Michigan tonight.
I forgot what we were talking about before this.
Favorite books?
Okay. No, movie. No, books. Yeah. We finished with the books. Now we're talking about why the hell they haven't called this.
I think you left out with sound and vibration.
And the Bible. I love me some Bibes. The Bibes is my faves. I love Bible.
I think I was bringing up the quantum wave with its sound resonating with.
Yeah. Sound.
Yeah, the gravitational wave that was captured, when it was discovered that it was at a frequency of middle C on the piano.
Really?
Yeah, there was a sound bite that you could listen to that was posted online. It was really interesting.
Oh yeah, I knew that. I didn't know that they went into more detail as to what note it was hitting. I didn't know it was
middle C. Ironic.
I feel like that's what I literally think the answer to life is so simple. When we find it out, it's just like, wow, it was right in our face the whole entire time. I just think that's how the universe works. Anything that's happened good to me, I've always, there's been signs in my life that has shown that outcome was going to happen. But I never paid attention to it until the outcome happened. I don't know. This is too preachy for me. You guys talk. Alex, what are your views? Like, not religiously, but are you religious? Are you spiritual? Are you just existing?
No, I'm deeply religious. Yeah.
Okay.
Very much so.
And what religion do you abide by, if you don't mind me asking?
No, I don't mind. I'll let you know when I know. I study religion in school as well. Perspective.
Are you an Aquarius?
No, Taurus.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I tend to resonate pretty well with a lot of different Eastern philosophies, Hinduism and whatnot. But I'm also a firm believer in Jesus Christ as well.
Mm-hmm.
Sure.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like
so when I know, I'll make I'll do a press release when I know or something.
First of all, make sure DINtv is covering it. We can stream anything live from Facebook for you guys. So anytime you're anywhere crazy, just email me, text me, just be like, "Yo, Kevin, I'm about to bombard this Trump rally, and I need you to videotape it on DINtv right now." I will set you up real quick, and we will broadcast this shit all over everywhere. Everybody was like, I told people, I'm like, if I was ever in close proximity to Trump, I have to say something. I have to say something to him. But it wouldn't be ignorant, because I have to keep in mind the media and how they're going to portray me.
What would you say?
You're the devil?
No, that's too tacky.
It is. I would say that the people united cannot be defeated.
I feel like he's gonna give you the Trump face, okay. You're like, all right.
I think he'll say, well, duh.
Or something like that.
Seeing as how he's got 30,000 people showing up, I think he kind of understands that.
Clearly, Fox thinks that everybody has time, and it's just prolonging the situation. It's just come on. Get it together, you guys. You guys literally called every single Trump win before time. And this is an obvious...
the vote.
And this is a bigger gap. This gap is bigger than the gap that Trump had with the other candidates. And I don't understand why that they're not calling this.
They're trying to cheat the vote, bro.
Just like they did in Iowa.
I feel disrespected, honestly, because to think that you think me as a citizen is so retarded and so stupid not to see right through what you're doing.
Exactly.
It's insulting my intelligence at this point. It's just shut up, vote for who we want you to vote, follow our rhetoric, and just do what you need to do. That's how I feel when it comes to Fox News and CNN. Just take what I'm saying to you and don't question it.
Yep.
That's kind of why people. That's why everybody. They're like, whoa, man. This crazy son of a bitch is not part of the program. Where he came from. For real.
All right, you guys. So we're going to go through each closing thought about today. We will be broadcasting tomorrow from 5 to 10 tomorrow. So you guys definitely tune in. We're going to be covering I believe it's the debates tomorrow. Let me just double check. Yeah. Democratic primary debates in Miami. You guys, so we're stationed in Miami right now. Our headquarters, I love saying headquarters because it sounds so like
official,
right? Our headquarters, the DINtv headquarters is actually in Miami. So we're gonna try to see if we can get a correspondent out there. But knowing the Bernie madness that is Bernie and Hillary, it may be tough, but definitely you guys tune in because we're going to be streaming it. So it would be great to have this same type of dialogue during the debate tomorrow.
Oh, you'll be streaming the debate itself?
Of course.
Oh, excellent.
I got you guys.
Excellent.
All right, so the Democrats
again.
Yeah, the GOP is on Thursday night.
Mm-hmm.
Also in Miami.
Perfect. So we cover all the political events. If it's streaming live, we're streaming it. So
it's about to be a civil war in Miami.
God willing.
It's about to be a civil war.
You think so? I don't think so.
Listen, all the peace-loving liberals gonna find out what these pissed off Second Amendment honoring fucking so-called conservatives, they crazy ass Americans. If you ask me, y'all gonna find out what that game about, man. Crazy.
You think they're prevalent in South Florida though?
Man, everybody everywhere, bro. It's not like I say.
Maybe they're coming out of the Everglades or something. It's like creeping out, like Walking Dead inside. Like
out here pissed off too, man.
Boy, but you know how that goes, Wes. You know how that goes. But I feel like
be on the winning team when it's time. Whether you with them, don't be against them. Just be on the winning team. Trump just gives me like a dictatorship type of feeling. Like if you don't think the way I think, and if you don't see the things I see the way I see it, then your opinion doesn't matter, and you just need to move and get away from here. And I think
West's philosophy is be a good German.
Or be a better American, and let's not do whatever that is you want to call that. Let's be an American here.
What happens if we have like a Muslim type of situation where they just send all these people to FEMA camps that are all secretly located all throughout the U.S.?
They ain't no secret, man.
They are, because they're blacked out on Google Maps.
They're not a secret. You can go on the Google Webs and find out where the FEMA camps are. That ain't a secret. What's a secret? Well, it's not a secret. Is where they're going to be sending these refugees to, coming to a city near you. I can promise you that.
No problem. I love cultural integration. Why not? Show them a better way of life. Show them love. I feel like some people just end up like going through crappy lives and I've never experienced love. So once they do, it just gives them a new perspective of life. It's just giving that person that chance. It's up to them whether or not they want to take it and run with it or take it and demolish it for themselves. We just need to be precautious as American citizens and make sure that we set the proper requirements in regards to the criteria for them to come in.
I understand what you're saying. Let me just ask you this. If we can find the resources to move these people, shelter these people, feed these people, clothe these people, provide health care for these people, why is it that in our own country now we have people, especially people who served in the army in some real combat, who don't have anything? But we can find the resources. We can find $2 billion worth of resources to bring people over here and give them.
But I don't like how you say we, because I don't feel like we are making those decisions.
You're paying for it, Kevin. You're paying for it.
I mean, do I have a choice? I mean, if I don't pay for it, they're gonna take it out regardless eventually.
So the question is how is it that we have the resources to come up with $2 billion to bring over 1 million refugees?
Well, how about flip? Well, change the question itself. What caused the refugee crisis in the first place? The wars in the Middle East with Obama and Bush.
So you think is this like his way of like how America appeased the Native Americans? Like, we'll give you a plot of land, so it's like, we fucked up your country, so like, come in 50,000 Miami, 100,000 in Georgia or something like that.
They're gonna be scattered all over the place.
For me, it's funny because had a candidate gone up there and said, the Muslim religion is dying out, and we need to focus more on the Muslims in America. How would that be received? And Trump says the same thing, but for Christians, but nobody bats an eye to that.
Trump's not a Christian.
Duh. That's like without saying.
Nobody up there is a Christian.
I'm not, for sure. I'm not a Christian at all. I feel like for me, like Christian to me is like a believer, like somebody, like a believer. Yeah, it's like somebody. Like for me, God is something that you need to interpretate for yourself, and Jesus Christ himself too. You need to interpretate and find your relationship with him, not somebody else's interpretation on how God made them feel, or Jesus Christ made them feel, for you to try to mimic their experience. You need to find your own experience with Jesus or God or whatever, and correlate that relationship with them.
What's the difference in the Bible and the Quran?
Isn't the name?
No difference.
Nothing. They both damn books.
The biggest difference is that the Quran doesn't recognize Jesus as the Son of Christ, or as the Son of God, rather. They recognize him as just a prophet.
Mm-hmm.
In Islam, it's blasphemy to assume that God could create offspring because he's so omnipotent. That's the biggest difference between Christianity and Islam.
I think it's preposterous that human beings think they can actually, like, intellectually try to understand God. In a sense, I don't think we have any reference to him at all. Like, what would we reference God to? What, like,
your intellectual being?
Maybe we're all God. Maybe we're you know how like our experience in this life is a journey and we learn. Maybe all of us are like little parts of God, just testing out every possible life that you could have lived and just garnering that information.
Now you sound like me.
I don't know.
Now you sound like me. So I try to tell people that, like, dude, you are God. God, you are your own intellectual being. Now the question is how high can you raise your consciousness to be at one with the planet that created you? That would be your version of God. Your version of God should be trying to figure out how to live godlike, as long as possible, as quote unquote righteous, however you define that.
So basically being a creator. So that's why, like, I'm more of an artist type creation, like creating, and you're more like a business type of creating. Like, you like to create businesses. Okay.
Exactly. Everybody's
basically that's what God is. Like, he's a creator. He creates.
I think people are gonna be highly upset when they find out Christianity was a hoax, bro.
I think that's the main reason why it hasn't been dispelled yet, because of
a lot of people gonna they're just gonna
I already know that. That's why I tell people all the time, like, even if you don't believe this stuff, just at least have it in your mind so that if it were to come to pass, it doesn't shock you to your like death. Because a lot of people's psyches will be broken when this information is released. Because I've met people that literally, if I question anything about the religion, and it's not even question like I'm trying to like make them feel bad or anything, it's just like an honest question. It's like, don't speak that, you're being blasphemous. And I'm just answering a question. Like,
well, I think that shows that it doesn't really matter what kind of information is released disproving Christianity. Those people are not going to be swayed in their views.
Oh, trust me, there's going to be some type of event that, I mean, the proof is going to be in the pudding. Like, you can't even like, well, who knows? Maybe all of this is, I don't even know. I really don't know. I really don't. No, I mean, I am open to a lot of things. So the thing is, it's nothing would surprise me.
You know.
Well, I mean, I think we should.
I just want to be Superman and just fly the hell out of here. Let's get to a place where everybody is just like highly intellectual and just like I don't know. I don't know. I really. Have you guys seen that new movie Disney came out with? What's it called? Is it Futureland or what was it called? Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland. Did you guys
no.
Go watch that movie? I feel like it's like, you know how, I don't know if you're into like how like the media pushes certain agendas through movies and prepares us for certain things that come to pass with how would you call that, Brian? There's a word for it.
You mean like the sense of a future?
Orwellian?
No, it's like like let's say I know I'm going to kill a whole bunch of people. So I do a movie 3 years before that, showing a movie with a whole bunch of people being killed.
That'd be
like prophetic.
Like prophetic, but that's not the word though. It's like
premonition.
It's basically showing you what's gonna. It's basically a movie description, like desensitizing you to the situation, pretty much, so that when it does happen, it's not a huge shock to you.
Oh, okay.
You get what I'm saying? Like, imagine carrying the iPhone, like taking the iPhone and showing it to somebody in 2001.
Sure.
It wouldn't shock them as badly because you have Minority Report and those other shows that show technology is similar to that. But go back 10 more years and you show that, it freaks people out. Like, oh my gosh, how are you in that little phone? Like, what is this? So it's all, I feel like anything with media, you have to watch and see, because a lot of the elites talk through the media and speak to each other through media. Like, with symbology and stuff like that.
Yep.
I'm just saying, maybe other people might feel differently, but I don't know. I'm more like, when it comes to the bubble that is the universe, I'm more of the spiritual side of it. Like, because everything that's happening now is just trickling from a spiritual stance of what's happening. I'm not even going to go into this because it's just going to be too much. But Alex.
Yes.
Are you in conspiracy theorists? Like, what has you thinking about the world?
Say that again. I'm sorry.
Like, do you listen to conspiracies? Like, what conspiracies have like caught in your eye?
No, I don't. I mean, I used to. I have a lot of questions about 9/11 that I know will never get answered truthfully. So I've kind of, given up on it, I suppose.
I don't think it's anything that the government's ever going to admit, but it's going to come out, but it's not going to be them that say it.
Yeah, I think that the truth has come out. That it's a full-blown, inside job, but what are you going to do? But no,